Well, hello everyone. Happy Friday. Welcome to another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry, and I am here to help answer your lawn care questions. If it's the first time you've ever joined the live stream or if you're new to the channel, first of all, welcome. Awesome that you're set some time out of your evening to spend with us. The way this works, super simple. Drop your questions down in the chat, and I will work through them in the order that they come in. Sometimes I have the answer, sometimes I don't. But either way, we have a great time chopping it up, talking about lawn care. Guys, it's pretty awesome, man. It's springtime is getting close. It's here, right? It's I mean, I think it's officially spring, but March is I consider March to be spring. So we're getting there, man. And the lawns, I'm sure your lawns are starting to green up. I got some video of the front lawn. It's starting to green up, so I'll probably mow on Sunday. Does it really need it? No. Am I going to do it anyway? Yes. And yeah, so let's see who's in the live stream. Let's see who's in the chat tonight. All right, first off, we got Robert Rainey. What's going on, Robert? Say happy Friday. How about this weather? Indeed, man. I think it was in the mid 70s today, like 73, 74 degrees, which is awesome. Supposed to be around that. I think tomorrow a little bit cooler, but Sunday hot again. So good. We got to keep that going to get this weather up, get the grass going. We got Braden Rude. What's going on, Braden? Hopefully you're doing well, sir. He says we just need it to stay this nice. I agree. It's going to be a nice spring. What's funny is the lawn is still not as, I'll show you guys a picture of this later. The lawn is not as green now as it was in December, because December we had a section there where it was unseasonably warm, and the front lawn and back lawn were a lot greener than they are actually even right now. So I'll show you guys pictures of that just so you can see the comparison if you're interested. Let's see who else we got. We got Tyler in the house. He says, howdy people, the lawns are coming back to life. It's awesome. First spring season in the game. For sure. I definitely agree with you, Tyler. The lawns are coming back. Hopefully you're doing well. Fairway Bermuda, Mr. New YouTube channel. Hope you're doing well. Daryl, thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream, guys. And here's the thing, guys. As you guys come in and you settle down with your beverage of choice, tonight I've got a special vintage. I've got lemonade and some kind of hibiscus sweet tea or something in here. So I'm trying to, trying to get a little fancy. We'll see how it does. The blend tasted good a while ago, so we'll see how it does as the night drags on. We shall see. All right, we have New Edge Lawns LLC saying happy Friday. I don't think I've seen you before, New Edge. So if you are new, welcome. Nice to see you in the chat as always, and always nice to see new people. And then Pat Haas, hello my friends, welcome back. And we have Robert Wallace saying happy Friday, everybody. What's going on? So guys, yeah, so it's been a fun week, been a crazy busy week. I was able to see the guys at Real Rollers this week and chat with them, and we're working on doing some filming out at the turf park. So if you guys remember, they have the 2 zoysia plots and the Bermuda plot. So there's something cool that you guys want to see. Give me some ideas around content, around things you'd like to see out there. Throwing different ideas around, but just it'd be cool to just poll the audience. What kind of content would you guys be interested in seeing when you have El Toro zoysia, Xeon zoysia, and Tiff Tuff Bermuda, like all within 50 feet of each other? So it's a cool opportunity to do something fun. So if you guys have some ideas, feel free to drop them in the chat. On the topic of real mowing, I remember last week we had a debate, guys. We had a debate in the live stream around mowing height. It was on the California trimmer. So I asked the guys at Real Rollers, and I said, some people were diehard saying with a California trimmer, you can only go down to 3/4 of an inch, and some people were saying no, it goes lower than that. And you know what they told me? You guys are both right, because there's actually 2 versions of that mower. There's a high cut version and a low cut version, and depending on which version you have, the high to cut changes. So through the magic of screen sharing, I'll actually show you guys. So I want to get this question answered, because I know we're going back and forth on it. It's been a couple of weeks now, so let's put this to bed now. So we look at the California trimmer brochure, so carefully prepared. If you notice, if we scroll in here, get my face out of the way, right like that, you see right in here, so there is a standard unit and a high cut unit of the same motor. So the standard unit goes down to 3/8, so just under 1/2 inch is what they're saying. And then the high cut is 5/8, so just over 1/2 inch. So there's none that I'm seeing here that stop at 3/4 of an inch, like some people were saying, but that's what's in the official brochure. And there you go. So as far as if you have a California trimmer and you want to know what height of cut, or you're considering one for your lawn, and you want to know what kind of cut you can get out of it, there you go. Through the power of internet, of Google, and also asking the guys at Real Rollers, that's the answer that I got. So it was funny. They looked at me and said, yeah, there's two versions, man, and you can't really switch between them. So if you buy one, you're kind of stuck with that one. It's like a frame difference according to what they were telling me. And the McLean, it's like the McLean is kind of like a true cut in the sense you can drop it down to the dirt. I think the official height of cut is like 1/4 of an inch, but just figure for all intents and purposes, it will go down to dirt. So we have answered that one. It is covered. All right, so next up we have a question from New Edge Lawns, the first one of the evening. He says, I'll start it off. What's the best pre-emergent for flower beds? Spectacle G, Snapshot, or something different? Those are both good options, New Edge. There's also a pre-emergent. It's a little bit more expensive. It's called Crew. It's a dithiopyr and I forget the other ingredient. It starts with an I. Isoxaben? No, it's not isoxaben. I think it's. Let me look it up here. I'll tell you. I will tell you. It is this guy. Yeah, actually, I'll put it up here right now. We can actually look at it together. So it is, yeah, right there. So this is a good one for ornamentals. So it has dithiopyr, which is what you would normally use on, it's fine for turf grass, but isoxaben, yeah, is the other active ingredient. And if you look at the label on this, as far as the amount of products or the amount of trees or ornamentals this thing is safe for, trees, shrubs, tons of things. So if you have beds or if you have like ornamentals, trees, and things, or other plant life other than grass, Crew is a great option. What you're talking about there as well is good as well. Like Snapshot is a good option as well. I think I want to say just Snapshot has the same active ingredient. I think it's just this is a brand name for the same active ingredient. So yeah, Crew is what I would say. It's a little bit more pricey. I don't know what Snapshot goes for, but that is an option if you're looking for something to try out in beds. And again, it's kind of a specialty. It's a specialty product, so I wouldn't blast your entire lawn with it. One, it's just cost prohibitive to do it. I don't think it would really hurt anything, but it's just be very expensive way to go about doing that. So if you're interested in taking a look at it for yourself in more detail, you can check it out there. So at New Edge there. So that's another option for you to consider as well, as far as something for your ornamentals and beds. Nice. On the subject of pre-emergent. So guys, here's the thing. If anywhere you guys are watching, the 81 or so of you are in here already, if you've not gotten pre-emergent down as yet, get it down. Here, because I'm telling you, there is life before this, there's life now, and then there's life 6 weeks from now, when I get the emails or we're gonna be in the live stream, and then I get the messages or questions. Oh, shock horror! I have weeds all throughout my lawn. Crabgrass and spurs are ruining my life, and I'll be like, see, now we get to break out the more expensive options to get rid of it. So for the love of everything holy, please put pre-emergent down if you don't want to have to deal with weeds in your lawn. We carry some of them. If you want to get them from us, great. If you want to get them somewhere else, that's fine too. But just put pre-emergent down in your lawn, so that way we don't have to spend a lot of time over the spring and summer months talking about eliminating weeds. Pre-emergent is relatively inexpensive compared to what keeping weeds out of your lawn costs. And I just put a link in there for you guys to take a look at that. For the few of you that have not gotten pre-emergent down on your lawn as yet, we have that at the golf course lawn store. So definitely get it down. Pre-emergent, prodiamine, dithiopyr, either one of those will work well. It's way cheaper than buying Celsius and surfactants and all this everything else that goes along with it in a few months from now if you have to take care of weeds. Okay, next up is Betcher. It says newbie here. Newbie hi. Newbie here, hi. What's going on, Betcher? Looks like you got I think it's an SI, right? I don't think it's a CTR. Nice avatar. I like it. I'm a car guy, so welcome. First of all, welcome for coming to the live stream. And if you have any questions, drop them down in there below. We have Tyler, a new member. Thanks, Tyler. That's awesome. Thank you so much for being a channel member. So that's awesome. I appreciate the support. I've got some stuff planned as far as other things we're gonna add to provide more value for you guys that are signing up and to support the channel in that way. So thank you so much for becoming a channel member. So anyone that's interested in, on a recurring basis supporting the channel, that is a way to do that. Okay, next up is James Dean. Very cool name, awesome name. Says, warning about the lubricant for my True Cut, I think it's just saying True Cut, right? True Cut P20 chain. Grease, 30 weight oil. How often? Great question. So I use motorcycle chain lube. It's the thing about this, James, the only real issues I've ever had out of my True Cut, as far as like damage or something like failing on it, has been the chain breaking. So what happened is, I think it was the second season, so it's a couple of years ago at this point. I took the mower, I put it up for the winter, didn't lubricate the chain, like, make sure it had lube on it before it went to bed. Pulled it out and then started scalping the lawn. Didn't lubricate it. Didn't do any of my maintenance that I should have. So I was saying, oh, I'm going to scalp first, and then I'll take it in and let the guys at Keystone take care of it. And I didn't get to finish the scalping because the chain broke on me. So when I took it to them, they replaced it. They repaired it for me, and they said to use motorcycle chain lube. Now, can you use grease? It probably would work well. 30-weight oil. Only thing with 30-weight oil, I don't know how well that would stay on. Like, because the thing is, motorcycle chain lube is a little bit tacky. So you're gonna want something that's not gonna sling off whenever the mower's running. That's the only thing I'd say about oil that might not make it the best option. As far as how often to lubricate, monthly is good. So if you are, if you're starting up now, you say you're gonna start mowing this month, put some grease on it or whatever you decide to go with, chain lube, whatever, down on the chains now, and then monthly, beginning of every month. Just put a little bit on there. It doesn't take much. It takes a few seconds to do it. I like the motorcycle chain lube again because it's available in an aerosol. So you can just literally, I'll start the motor up and I'll have it on the driveway, and I'll have it running. I'll just spray while it's running, and then I'll pull the little hatch or access panel back and get that area, and then you're good to go. It doesn't take very long, and it's the only thing with a True Cut that really, from a maintenance standpoint, you want to keep up with, or it's going to break on you, and there's just never a good time for the chain on your mower to break, unfortunately. So yeah, hopefully that helps, sir. And yeah, either of those will work. The only one I would not go with is the 30-weight oil. I don't know if that's going to work. Be tacky enough to stay on. Great question. All right, next up is Braden. Ruben is back. I have torpedo grass throughout my lawn, as well as a large patch of centipede grass. What is the best way to remove it from my Bermuda? That's a good question on torpedo. I'm not sure. I mean, if I'm as far as a herbicide that's very, very good against grassy weeds, but against grass, Revolver is very good. But I have to look at the label to see if Torpedo is on there. I am not sure, Braden. I'm not sure on that one. So I'm going to have to get back to you. I think you and I have been emailing back and forth over another thing. So let me take a screenshot of your question, and I'll get an answer for you and let you know after this show's over. So I'll email you later on this evening and let you get an answer for it. Because off the top of my head, I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards Revolver, but I don't know if, even if Revolver will do Torpedo, I'm not sure if it'll also damage Centipede as well. So let me look and see if there's a single product that will do both of those things. There might be, may not be either, but I'll look into it. Great question. Thanks, sir. I appreciate you. Next up we got is Adrian Fraser. Says, finally, Friday. Hello, everyone. Tell me about it, man. Normally I am not someone that's ready when I'm working throughout the week that is ready for a week to be over. This week was an exception. Like this week, I'm glad that it's Friday and this week is done. It was a challenging week, a lot going on, and just happy that I get to unwind and hang out with you guys. And Sunday, go mow my lawn, even though it kind of doesn't really need it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So yeah, very, thank goodness it's Friday. Next up, we got Thin Cut saying, good evening, everyone. Let's hit the like button. I appreciate you, Thin Cut. You are the like button mascot. I appreciate you for that, sir. Thanks again so much. And then Tyler says, yeah, this is an owner manual that will tell you what's advised. The thing is, Tyler, sometimes people will get those mowers pre-owned. They'll get them, they'll buy them secondhand, or they may not have their owner's manual. Like, I don't even know if I know where actually, I do know where my True Cut owner's manual is. I know where it is, but I bought mine brand new. But a lot of people don't have that, and you can find it online. But yeah, it's a good question, and other people will probably have the same thing as well. So I get it. And as far as, like I said, as I told you earlier, James, I would just go with the motorcycle chain lube. Super, super easy, less hassle, and it works really well. Okay, next up is Brad H. He says, what's in your repair kit for the GM? This is a good one, man. I like this. It's a good question. Drive belts, spark plugs, etc. Can I get one? I don't think I can't reach it. I have on the Greensmaster, there are two panels or two access covers on the side of it that have drive belts that drive each of the drums on. There's it has a split drum system. The only failure I've ever had on my Greensmaster, and it's really because the mower, I got it from I got it from a place that gets mowers back off lease, and it had been sitting for a while. Then I got it and I mowed with it, and then the drive belt, the left one, broke on me. So I called up Jerry Pate, got a set of belts. I've got four. I have four of them now. So I had one to repair it, and I have I ordered four. I have three extra, and I'll probably never really need them because every year since then I've just taken it down to it was Joey at the time, but Joey's not there anymore. So now Bruce at Jerry Pate, and they go through the mower and change anything that needs to be done. So the spark plug, air filter, air cleaner, they do that, and then the belts, I just inspect them. So as far as in my repair kit that I personally have, I have the belts for the side. I'm kind of unlikely to need them, to be completely honest, but that's what I have. The GM, the Greensmaster, is not really mower that, especially on residential lawns, you're not going to really wear them out. It's like kind of like anything else, like with a car. If a car sits for a long time, like belts dry rot, that's what I believe happened with mine. It just sat for a long time, and the belts on it just dry rotted, and once they're replaced, they've been good ever since. And I think I've got a video here that you can check out if you're interested in seeing that, Brad H, as far as the process of what I went through to film it, to fix it. So it's not that difficult. It's not a difficult process at all if you have the part. Like literally you could do it in, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes if you're slow. But there's the video of that's the video to me fixing it, I believe. And then there'll be a link in there somewhere to it actually break it on me. So yeah, not much in my kit. Okay, next up we got Brian D in the house. He says, "What's up, Ron? Dropping some Essential G tomorrow. I like it. I dig it, man. Good job. Get that ESG down. I did mine last week. Yeah, last week when we were about to get a bunch of rain. I did mine a little bit early because we got I think it was Sunday or Monday we got rain. So I did mine like literally the last day, or the second to last day in February for March. So I'm already done. But good job getting your Essential D down. And here's the thing, guys. Soon we'll be entering the window for fertilizer. I mean, not until obviously your lawn is greened up. I like to say at least halfway, until you have the best way to describe it is like the green fuzz. So let me give you an example. Let me show you an example of like the green fuzz. So this is my front lawn from December, believe it or not. Like, nope, that's not it. That's from today. This is from December. So like when your lawn is like that, that's when you can think about putting some fertilizer on it. Maybe even not even that green, maybe a little bit less green than that, but that's a good example of when your lawn starts looking like that. Now we're at a good point where we can start introducing fertilizer to it. But if you're still mostly dormant, like how my lawn looks in here, this is today, you can still see the verticut lines, but you can see the green starting to pop through, and on the right side of the lawn, you see it's starting to green up where it gets the most sunlight. Like that is not quite ready. That's not quite ready. If you want to put down some biostimulants, the carbon kit, the Release Zero, Nutriculture, those are great options. But as far as like actually hitting the lawn with like a bunch of nitrogen at this point, not quite ready yet. So kind of gives you an idea of what you should be looking like before you introduce fertilizer. But yeah, Essential G you can do year round as long as the ground's not frozen. So good job, Brian. Great job on getting that done. All right, next up also have to say the customer service on the website was amazing. Got a product mixed up and Ron took care of it super fast. I got to tell you, I'm really hard on the customer service department at the golf course lawn store. We don't mess around. When you email me about the mix up, it's irritating because I know, one, I hate when that happens because you're expecting something, you're expecting your product to show up, and then there's an error, and it's just never fun. But it's, again, like you say, it's an opportunity to make things right and to to hopefully keep you as a customer despite the error. So yeah, everyone makes mistakes. Just do your best to take care of it whenever they do come up. So I appreciate you, Braden. And again, I will get you an answer to the question about torpedo grass and centipede grass. Good stuff. All right, next up is Connor Hurd says, do new bed knives need to be ground? That's a good question. Whenever I'm trying to think, whenever they did my bed knife on the GM, I don't think they ground it. I don't think they ground it, Connor. So I think it depends on the mower. It depends on the mower, but on my Greensmaster, I want to say whenever I hit concrete, when I mowed concrete. If you've not seen that hilarious video, I mean, it wasn't funny then, but I was mowing my near the swale area, and there's like a curb where the driveway, it's like a corner, like a 90-degree curb, and I cut it too much. And if I had run over it in the middle, it wouldn't have damaged the mower, but literally I caught in the worst possible spot, which is the edge of the bed knife. So the reel is like literally coming down, and the mower dipped slightly, and the reel caught the concrete, and it bent, it snapped and bent that part of the reel back, damaged the bed knife, so they had to replace all of it. They didn't grind them as part of putting it together. I'm pretty sure they set the tolerances and everything, but as far as grinding it, they didn't have to do that. That was on my Toro. I don't know if other mowers you have to do that. I'd kind of be surprised if you did. Like it'd be odd for you to have to go out and buy a brand new bed knife and have to go take material off of it. If anything, maybe a light back lap. But I wouldn't see that you would need to grind a brand new bed knife. To me, that would be that would not be a good thing, considering that you just bought it. And if you're interested in seeing that, if you want to laugh at my expense, you can. This is the fix video, but in this video, in the fix it video, it'll have a link to the break video. Actually, you can just watch this one because this is the one that really is more entertaining, and it actually tells you what it will cost you to fix a Greensmaster if you decide to mow concrete with it. Which, take it from me, I've done the research, does not work well. Doesn't work well. So check that out if you're interested. It's again, you're gonna laugh at my expense, and it lets you know everything that goes into replacing a bed knife and a reel on one of these mowers, so it's not cheap. All right, next up is Lance F. He says, "Happy Friday, Ron. Okay, it is official Essential G time. I put down Sunday on my Kentucky Bluegrass, and it's almost green. Reno, Nevada. Awesome, man. So it's funny. So I was at Cool Season guys are about to be living their best life right now, right? So I was at the Real Rollers Turf Park here recently, and I walked by and I was like, man, how is their grass green already? And I was like, oh, they overseeded. So they overseeded the zoysia and the Bermuda with Rye Grass. So it's going to be interesting to see how the zoysia recovers from that, how it pops out, how it bounces back, because rye, that's one of the challenges, is that rye tends to compete with the underlying grass. So we'll see how the zoysia bounces back. Real Rollers might stop in this evening, from what I understand. I don't think they're not going to be like on live, but I think they're going to end up in the chat at some point this evening if they have a chance to answer some questions for you guys, and just be in general, just to cause trouble and do what they do. So stick around for that if you are so interested. But yeah, man, awesome to hear that you got your Essential G down. It's great stuff. Again, I've been using granular carbon of some type since July of 2020? We're in 2022. Yeah, so just the summer, almost 2 years now at this point, and I have not looked back. It's great stuff. So yeah, let me know. Keep me posted on how it does, sir. Next up is Dwayne Hopkins. He says, "Happy Friday, Ron," or "Hello, Ron. Happy Friday. Just got off work and excited about tonight's live stream. Everyone, let's do it early and hit that like button." Thank you so much, Dwayne. We are we're 20 minutes in, and we've got 110 people in here, guys, and we got to get the likes up. We're only at 56 likes. So if you guys wouldn't mind touching that like button ever so gently, just reach over, move the mouse over, and just tap that ever so gently. I'd really appreciate it. It doesn't cost you anything, and it's a great way to support the channel and the live stream. So if you would do that, I would appreciate it very much. All right, next up is No Name. It says, "Happy Friday, Ron. Just wondering what you think about Carbon Pro G versus Essential G. My site one has Carbon Pro G in at a pretty good price. So they are both made by Miramichi Green, both excellent products. Essential G is the newer formulation, but frankly, if you've got a site one nearby, and you can get Carbon Pro G, I mean, the big thing on Essential G is that you're paying a lot for the shipping, right? So if you have a site one nearby, you can get some Carbon Pro G. I mean, go with that. They are comparable. Again, Essential G is newer, has more ingredients in it, but I mean, you got it close nearby at, I'd imagine, what, $25, $30 a bag, $35 a bag. I'm not sure what it's going for these days, versus $59.99 a bag. So just depends on which way you want to go. Again, Essential G is a newer formulation. Both of them are made by Miramichi Green. Both of them are excellent products. Whichever you decide to go with is you're not going to be unhappy either way, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And if you got a way to get Carbon Pro G nearby, less expensively, go for it. You know what I mean? Go for it. And lay it down. Put it down heavily. All right, next up we have Flippin' While You Sippin' to Disney. I'd like to understand, like, when you thought of that name for your YouTube thing, what I'd love to know what went into that. Were you at Disney, or was it just you're just like at a party with somebody? Hey guys, I need a name for a YouTube channel. He's like, flipping while you're sipping. Disney, done. Be interesting, because that is a unique one. But thanks for coming to hang out, sir. Good evening to you as well. If you got any questions, let me know down in the chat in the comments below. You know, I'm just giving you a hard time. Please don't take it personally. I'm not making fun of you or anything. I'm just, you know, I tend to joke a lot, so please don't take me too seriously if you think I'm messing with you. I'm not. I promise. Okay, next up is 007 Lon. That's an awesome name, man. 007 Lon. I think it's probably a YouTube channel. That's a really cool. I'll have to check it out after the live stream's over. That's a cool name for a channel. The man, the myth, the legend is back again. The best YouTube channel out there. Thanks. Happy Friday, everyone. I appreciate that. 007 Lon. That's again really cool name for a lawn care channel. So I gotta check out what you're doing once I get off the live stream. G Freeze in the house. What's going on? He says, "Hey Ron and Strap Action Gang, beautiful day today." It was a beautiful day. It's a bit warm, but yeah, it's a beautiful day. I'm gonna be doing my my spring soil test here soon. Again, I've been doing them quarterly, and since I've been doing them quarterly now for, I don't know, over like a year and a half now, coming up on almost 2 years, I just keep doing it. You guys don't need to do that, but it's just, I like to have the data. So I'm now that it's March, that's going to be my my thing to do. So, but yeah, it was a beautiful day. And you know, on the topic of soil tests, if any of you guys are considering doing that, you have until the middle of March to save like 10% on the My Soil test kits. They allowed me to run a special that allows you to save 10% on the on them. So if that's something you're interested in doing, then by all means, take advantage of that, because it's only going to go until March 15th, and then when it's done, it's done. And that's the discount code for that in the chat. Is Start Spring Right. Use that at checkout, and it'll save you 10%. So. Okay, next up we have Robert. Robert Rainey says, "I received the soil cubed leveling mix delivered this week. Came home this evening, and the neighbor had here we go. He says, and the neighbor had the same. The lawn war has begun." So it's funny. It's funny, and maybe I'm just the only one that does this, and I'd like to think I'm not, and I like to think I'm not like that competitive and that crazy. But so you got the soil cubed for your top dressing project. Your neighbor did. But now, do any of you guys, when you're in the house and then you hear the mower crank up, like your neighbor mowing, the sound of his mower well enough that when he starts mowing, you go out and mow, or you'll be out mowing and then all of a sudden 10, 15 minutes later, they just decide, oh, today's a great day to mow, and they'll come out and start mowing too. It's funny. It's like, with lawn care, there's often like a cold war that goes on. Like, no one actually says, hey, I'm going to dominate you as far as my lawn. But there's definitely a quiet competition that goes on. You look at each other and just kind of, sip and pay attention to what each other's doing. Go through each other's trash, see what fertilizer they're using, those kinds of things. So funny to hear that's happening with you, Robert. So he's dedicated. Whoever your neighbor is pretty dedicated, because top dressing is not a small commitment. So for them to also get it too. Shots fired, man. So you better get ready to bring it this year. They're coming for you. Okay, next up is Jack Jenkins. He says, Atlanta brew for me up here in Tennessee, Sweetwater IPA. Nice, yeah. I'm not gonna I have my vintages up there tonight, but I mean, normally I just stick to lemonade or something relatively inert on the live stream, so that I don't make any more mistakes than I can do from time to time. So. You guys don't want me answering lawn care questions if I've been drinking, right? So let's not. I am not going to do that. Okay, next up is Lance F. He says, I did my first mow of the season on Wednesday. Yeah, buddy, it's go time. Yeah, man. So I mean, I'm not going to say you're a little bit behind the curve, Lance. It's good that you're getting that done, But I mean, you did you scalp when you mowed, or was it just like a little cleanup cut, or what did you do? You got to give us details, man. You got to give us details. I'm happy. Here's the thing. I have to tell you guys may not believe this, but the amount of the people that messaged me saying, hey, dude, you're completely wrong. It was dumb to scalp your lawn this early, and you didn't need to do it yet. You could wait till. I'm like, guys, it doesn't really matter. I mean, especially with Bermuda, it's brown anyway. If you scalp it, it's still going to be brown. And now with this getting warmer, I don't have to be out there when it's on hot days taking care of it. And the grass is greening up sooner from it. You see? Look at that. I mean, I can't really show this off. This does not look that great. But on the right there, you can see there are signs of hope. Same thing in the back line. I didn't get a chance to take a pan of the back line, but there's certain spots of green coming in there too. So a couple of weeks, we should be looking good, guys. Should be looking good. All right, Gunny Grasshopper says, can't believe how fast my lawn's starting to green up. Best in my subdivision. I like it, Gunny. I like it. You know what's the thing? I have to say, the people that definitely the people that are on the live stream, you guys are all very competitive. You're definitely into your lawns hardcore. You wouldn't be in a lawn care live stream, but in general, the people that tend to like follow the golf course lawn program and get seriously into this are just very competitive in nature. So I'm not surprised, Gunny, at all. And next up, we got Demir. What's going on, Demir? He says, what's going on, Ron? Looking forward to some good turf talk. Pull greens covers at the course this week. Nice. Been in the 60s. I did my first spray at home today. Micros package, kelp, wetting agent. Nice, Devin. Very, very cool. So for those of you guys that don't know, not last weekend, but the weekend before, Devin is a greenskeeper at a course in Colorado Springs, and he was generous enough of his time to come out and answer a bunch of cool season questions for us. Also give us some good guidance around like fungicides and just how golf course maintenance differs from what we do on our home lawns, and just gave some really good tips on that. So if you're interested, check that out. It was really, really nice of him to come on and do that. And I'm with you, Devin. The only thing I've done as far as liquids has been the carbon kit. So I've done the Release Zero, NutriKelp, and the Biospectrum, and a little bit of Nutrisolve, so a little bit of a micronutrient, and that's it. I've been holding off. I haven't done any serious nitrogen yet. And as far as when I'm going to kick the season off this year, I'm going to show you guys. I mean, I'm doing a video on this, but you guys can see it anyway. You guys, the 127, 130, you guys can keep a secret, right? Don't be going out and don't broadcast this. But I'm going to be leading off this year with a 901C product. So normally last year I went with Turfplex. Turfplex is still going to be around, still going to be using it. But this year I want to start out with 901C and see how it does along with Nutrisolve in the lawn. Just trying to mix things up a little bit, try something new, and I want to see how this does. Essentially, Release 901C, for those that you don't know, aren't familiar with that product, it's essentially Release Zero with fertilizer in it. So, if you have Release Zero already and you have your vintage of choice, your fertilizer of choice, then just stick with that and just roll with that. But if you want like an all-in-one carbon and fertilizer, 901C is where you want to be. And that's what I'm going to be starting out this season with. Very cool, man. So with you pulling the covers off, I guess you guys are getting ready to start. I guess I'm starting to mow soon. If you're not already, you have to fill me in, man. And whenever things get quiet again, which I'm sure it's not going to be because you guys are starting up the course, you have to come back on the stream and regale us of the tales of waking the golf course up from wintertime. So good stuff. Appreciate you hanging around as always, sir. All right, next up is Oxan. He says, happy Friday to all. He says, I just put together my spreader and sprayer. I will be able to drop 70-30 mix this year. Truly excited. I hope everyone has a great green season. Yeah, man, that's awesome. So you got a spreader and sprayer. So here's the thing, Oxan. Great comment. You didn't tell us what you got, man. Why don't you tell us what spreader and sprayer you got? We would, maybe people want to know. You might inspire some folks to get something. You might tell us about a product we didn't know about. You could have dropped that in there. I got to say, opportunity missed, sir. But yeah, 70-30 mix is a good plan. So you're gonna be top dressing as well. Sounds good. Sounds like a lot of fun, a lot going on. So I'm looking forward to hearing how things work out. All right, we got our first super chat of the evening, and as often to be, it is Mr. Merrill. Let me run down here and find it. Thank you so much, Merrill. I really do appreciate it.
Super chat received.
It says, "Happy Friday, happy Friday, Ron and everyone." Ron, do you always follow your sod farm lawn maintenance recommendations for your sod? My sod farm says no fertilization in the summer, only spring and fall. NG turf. So no. So here's that's a great question, Merrill. I fertilize throughout the entire growing season. The reason why a lot of times you'll hear guidance saying don't fertilize your lawn during summer months or back off or reduce it during summer months is because it causes a lot of growth. So take like Bermuda, which grows aggressively as it is, but then when it gets heat, like you figure June, July, Bermuda's going to start growing like crazy. So really, you can back the nitrogen that you're putting into the lawn off a little bit to prevent too much growth. And because the idea behind that advice is that considering that most people don't mow their lawns nearly enough, like most people aren't like how people are on this live stream, right? Most people aren't out there mowing their lawns 2 to 3 times a week. You really wouldn't want to push a bunch of extra growth, because if you're mowing your lawn once a week or in some cases once every 2 weeks, In the summer months, that's going to cause some scalping. It's going to cause brown spots in the lawn whenever you cut it, if you're also pushing a lot of growth. If you are mowing frequently, so if you're like doing what I do, which is during the summer months, it's like every other day at some point, at some times, you can still get away with feeding the lawn. You can back the amount of nitrogen that you're putting in it off a little bit if you want, but there's nothing wrong with feeding it in summer months, as long as you are mowing to keep up with that. You see what I mean? So it is good advice. It is good advice for most people, because most people, again, aren't like, lawn care crazies like we are, like where they're mowing their lawns as often as we do. But if you are doing that, you have the time to do that, and you have the desire to do that, you absolutely can feed your lawn during the summer months. Really, what you could do is really go really light on the nitrogen, and just continue to give it micronutrients, give it a little bit of iron to keep the color really nice. You could do that, and it's going to work very well. But again, it is going to require that you keep up with your mowing. So hopefully that helps. It's a good question, and so it is correct for certain audiences. And thank you for the super chat, sir, making you the show sponsor of the evening. So there you go, your name in lights. I appreciate it. All right, next up, let's see. Let me go back and find where I was. Let me get my intermission music on while I go and see where I was. Okay, cool. Found it. So next up is Grace Ortiz, and it says, "Hey guys, Ron sent out my soil test yesterday and the soil kit I won on your show. Nice, very cool, Grace. Congrats on that." And then, the soil test kit, my soil test kits are very, very easy. The results are super easy to interpret. But if you need help with it, or you just want a second set of eyes, feel free to email me, ron@golfcourselawn.com, and I will take a look and give you my opinion on it. I am an expert on my opinion. So definitely take a look at it, and yeah, happy to help out if you need it. But I mean, you're pretty ready, and you run around a lot of the YouTube lawn care circles. I'm pretty sure you're gonna be just fine. But again, you want another set of eyes, feel free to reach out. Okay, next up is Dwayne Hopkins. He says, "Hey Ron, did my final scalp this last weekend and brought the lawn down to a little over 5/8 of an inch." Okay, so just over half inch. And he says, "I plan to maintain between 3/4 and 7/8 this year, and I can't wait for the lawn to start growing." That's awesome, and that's what you did is exactly right, Dwayne. So you are planning a 3/4 inch to almost like just under an inch height of cut, and taking it down 5/8 is you're well below that. So great job. The nice thing about what you did is you didn't create a bunch of potentially unnecessary work for yourself by going super, super low. I mean, you can do that, but it's really just a ton of extra work. And given that you're going to be cutting the lawn higher than where you scalp, perfect, spot on. You have to keep me posted on how the lawn does, sir. How it does. Adrian is here. He says, "Hey, I've scalped early and put down pre-emergent. I've had days in the 80s since then. More days in the mid 80s coming up. One night of frost coming up in 10 days. Forecast, will liquid iron help?" I mean, so it's a lot going on there. As far as the pre-emergent goes, you did the right thing getting that down early, Adrian. The one night of frost is not going to really matter. It's not going to negatively impact things. Shouldn't matter. And then as far as the liquid iron, whenever the grass is greening up, like you've got, again, when you got the green fuzz, we'll just call it the green fuzz. I'm sure there's a better name for it, but when it looks like that, when it looks in that look around like how that looks. If you want to introduce a little bit of iron to it, sure. I'm a fan of this time of year. If you want to put down a micronutrient, that's good. I don't know that I would, I don't know what iron product you're talking about, but I don't know that I would go with 3, 4, 5% iron at this point. A small micronutrient product like something like Nutrizolve would be good. But I'd wait till the grass is actually greening up and growing well before I really start feeding it heavily. So good stuff, man. Good job getting your pre-emergent down. You will not be one of the people that I'm going to be talking to in the spring and summer about weeds in their lawn. So that's good. All right, next up is HR. Helmut Ruckus is in the house with the Porsche, saying, "Hey, Ron, stopping by and wishing everyone a great weekend. No jokes this time about always green zoysia down here in Fort Lauderdale." Yeah, man. The one thing is, I have to say, I do enjoy the off season a bit. I do enjoy the, this year wasn't that long. The 2 to 3 months where you really don't have to be out there mowing at all. So it is nice. It is nice. I keep saying one day, or one year, I'm going to overseed with Rye, but I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to be out there in cold weather having to mow my lawn. It looks cool, but, Okay, next is C-Math. He says, hey, Ron, how's it going? Hopefully you got a chance to read my email. Sent it about 30 minutes ago. Thanks. I did C-Math. So what you have in your lawn, I don't have the picture here, but it looks, I don't have the picture just to show everyone, but it looks like annual ryegrass. So you can use, as far as something I know that will work against that is Princeps, with or if you look for a herbicide with the active ingredient simazine in it, you can use that against it, or you can just wait for temperatures to get a lot hotter when you're mowing and stuff, and then it's going to die off. It'll die off. So you can spray for it if you want, but it just depends on how much it really bugs you. Alex's, so I can get this right. Alex's brother-in-law had that in his lawn. He had annual ryegrass in his lawn. It was newly sodded lawn, and it was the same thing, like in between where the sod plots kind of butt against each other. That's what was growing through. He didn't do anything about it, and by like mid-April, it was gone. It was, once he started mowing it, once getting his real mower on it and mowing low, like the annual ryegrass just isn't going to tolerate that, right? That coupled with heat, and it'll just go away. So it's kind of your call on whether you want to put down a herbicide to get rid of it. Were it me, I might just wait till you start mowing and just wait for it to go away on its own, because this time of year, right, when your lawn is going into transition, when the Bermuda is coming out of dormancy, you really want to minimize using herbicide on it if you can. Now, even a product like Celsius, which is an excellent product, very gentle against warm season grass. Whenever the Bermuda is or grass is transitioning, that's when it's most susceptible to injury from those types of things, right? So even though a herbicide is rated for warm season turf, doesn't mean that it means it's not going to kill it if you apply it at the correct rate, but it still is a stressor. It still does add some stress to it. So, unless it's just really driving you crazy, I would just start mowing whenever you feel like it, whenever you want to start mowing, and let time run its course. I don't know that I would actually spray for it at this time of year if it were me, but your call. All right, Tyler M is up next. He says, do you use grub control at all? If so, what do you use and what benefits do you see from it? I do use grub control. So I've used, in the past, I've used Caravan. This in last year, I switched to a product called Acelepryn. So I can actually show you what I use, Tyler. Let's go for a ride to the Golf Course Lawn Store. So if you go to golfcourselawn.store or golfcourse.store, you can follow along with me. So once you're here, if we go to, it's actually on the main page. You can actually find it here. So Acelepryn G, this is an insecticide. This is, as far as like a catalog product for taking care of grubs, annual bluegrass weevils, army worms. So it's an excellent product. Of all the things that it takes care of and more, but these are like the highlights, right? This is like the highlight reel. Army worms, white grubs, turf caterpillars, big bill bugs, annual bluegrass weevils. So here's the thing about this product that was awesome. If you also want to look here, you can go and see, and we also have have it in liquid in the 4 ounce as well, if you're interested in that, the 4 ounce of Acelepryn, if you're a person that likes to spray. But the beautiful thing about this product, about Acelepryn, is one, it covers insects that Caravan does not. Like Caravan, to my understanding, does not, you see, I'm referencing there, does not take care of army worms. It doesn't target army worms. And as far as being an insecticide that's safe for pollinators, that's safe for earthworms. In other words, an insecticide that kills the stuff that you want to keep out of your lawn, but doesn't kill the stuff that you want to keep. Acelepryn is about as good as you can get. It's a really good product. And again, at the Golf Course Lawn Store, we have it in both liquid and granular form. The coverage on both of these is the same. So the liquid is just really, if you're a person that prefers to spray, you want to mix something else along with it, like this time in March when you decide to do your insecticide, you've got both options. So yeah, that is what I use. Tyler loved it, got awesome results with it. This last year when everyone's lawns were getting destroyed by army worms, Alex's lawn and my lawn were completely fine, no issues whatsoever. So that's the nice thing about Acelepryn as well, is that you can apply it a bit earlier in the season. So the label will say like early April. So like mid March through early April is when you can apply the product, and you'll do it one time, and you're good for the season. So no grubs, no army worms, no bill bugs, none of the stuff that destroys turf. It's going to take care of all of them with that one product. So if your budget permits, that is what I would recommend. That's what I would go with, because it's an excellent product. I guess it doesn't get much better than Acelepryn as far as prevention and control. Good stuff. So definitely look into that if you are interested. And again, we have them in stock at the Golf Course Lawn Store. All right, next up, Lon to Learner's in the house. He says, I'm going to be real mowing some St. Augustine grass this season at 1.5 inches. You have to let me know how that works out, Lon to Learn, because, St. Aug likes to be mowed a little taller, but, never know. We'll see. We'll see how it does at 1.5 inches. Definitely let us know how that happens. I'm sure if Alan is watching, if Lawn Care Net is watching, he is probably cringing at the sound of that, because I think he mows his high, like above, definitely north of 3 inches, probably closer to 4. So yeah, at 1.5 inches, that's definitely on the low side for St. Augustine, but I'm sure it'll look great if it's real mode. Just send us pictures and I'll show everyone how St. Aug real mode at 1.5 inches looks. Be interesting. You're very welcome, James. No problem. I appreciate the question. And then next up we have Lois in the house. She says, "Greetings, Ron and the Friday Night Lawn Enthusiasts." What's going on, Lois? Thanks for coming to hang out with us in the live stream. Always great to see you around. All right. So next up we have a question or comment from Ain't No Secrets Lawn and How To. It's a lot in that name. It says, "Hi Ron, a little update on the Bermuda pea." Oh, so it's Bermuda pea. So his lawn, I'm guessing by the name, is bluegrass. Oh, so Kentucky bluegrass, Bermuda grass, and centipede. So it's a mutt lawn. It's got a bit of everything in there, right? It's a very hardy lawn. It says it has been taken over with the Blue Heat KBG during the warm season turf dormancy. No complaints about that. Definitely like having the best lawn. Very cool, man. So it's good. So it looks like the KBG was the alpha grass and ultimately is winning out. So nice. Thanks for the update. I appreciate it. Next up is Matthew Beliski. He says, "With this warm weather, I'm going to scalp down to 3/8 tomorrow. Maintain at 3/4 of an inch this year. Thanks for all the content, Ron." You're very, very welcome, Matthew. May the force be with you tomorrow, sir. As far as that scalp, I'm not sure what height you're at currently, but 3/8 is no joke. That's even if you're at 3/4, go from 3/4 to 3/8. Depending on how thick your lawn is, that's a lot of material to take out. So just plan for it. Get more lawn refuse bags than you think you'll need. Like go to, I got mine from Home Depot, but wherever you can get them, get a few more than you think you're going to need, because you're going to be emptying out the mower more than I think you imagine. And in my case, it was literally every pass and a half, like, not even lengthwise. It was like literally down and back and a half, and I'd be stopping and emptying out the grass catcher. So it's a lot of work, but it's good. It cleans out the turf, gives it a nice reset, and it's going to make it look really nice this growing season. So definitely worth it. Keep us posted on how it does. All right, Dean Dong is in the house. He says, "Hey Ron, soil test results suggested a high phosphorus. Okay, it says 0.46 super phosphate to my Bermuda lawn in spring and summer. I found it in granular. Can I add it now or wait till the green up?" I would wait till green up. Dean. I wouldn't do that just yet. Potassium is the only thing that I doing a little bit earlier, like around this time of year, was not that big a deal, not a bad idea. But like phosphorus or nitrogen, wait till the grass is actively growing before you do either of those. So yeah, it sounds like you did your soil test, which is good. You got a recommendation, which is good, and you're applying it, which is also good. So great stuff, sir. Great stuff. I like it. Next up is Dwayne. He says, "Hey Ron, my primary fertilizer this year will be Humic Max. I have some leftover Milo from last year. How would you recommend using the Milo while still maintaining Humic Max as my primary fert?" Okay, so Milo is, as far as nitrogen goes, is relatively light. So if you just put it down at a very light rate, like apply Humic Max at the rate that I recommend, which is like 3 pounds per thousand, which gets you just under 0.5 pound per 1,000 square feet of nitrogen. As far as your Milo, if you're doing them both the same day, you could back the Humic Max down a little bit and then introduce the Milo. Again, don't do the Milo at full rate. Just apply it light, a light application of it. And just work them both in together until the Milo is used up. I mean, Milo has some iron in it, so there's some value in that, right? In providing a little more green. But I wouldn't go full rate Humic Max and then also full rate Milo. That would be too much. So just if you're going to do the two of them, just back it down a little bit, and you'll be good to go. And I think you've used Humic Max already, Dwayne. And it's excellent product. You're gonna like the results you get with it. Okay, next is Braden Renfo is in the house. He says, "Hey Ron, in Central Georgia here. Welcome, Braden. He says, pre-emergent and scalp done a couple weeks ago. Good green up happening with the 80s this week. How early could I aerate? Plan the top dress sometime later this year. So I've played with this, Braden. I've aerated as early as mid-March, like the first half of March. And I've aerated like the time when everyone else tells you to do it, which has been like April, May, June timeframe. So when the grass is growing more aggressively. There's not a ton of reason to do it super early, in my opinion. I would wait until the grass is growing well. Now here's one exception, right? Let's say you have highly compacted soil, like you've got like good old Georgia clay, and you just want to relieve some of that compaction early, and you want to do an aeration, middle of this month, towards the end of March. Nothing wrong with that. It's going to look ugly a little bit longer because again the grass isn't fully woken up and fully growing really really well as yet. But yeah, you can absolutely do that. Depending on when you plan to top dress, you might wait till then. So if you're going to top dress in say, late April, early May, which you can definitely do it around that time frame in Georgia, assuming that this year is a reflection of like last year. As soon as the trends hold, you could do it then as well. So I highly recommend aerating your lawn as part of top dressing. So if you want to do it twice, sure, go ahead. It's more work, but you can absolutely do that. Or you can just simply wait until you are going to top dress, which, again, you didn't say when you're planning to do it, but if your idea or your plan is late April, early May timeframe, then you can simply wait till then and do it all as part of one process. There's not really a wrong answer. Either way works. It's just going to look ugly longer if you do it now. There's no real reason really to do it now. And I've done both. I didn't see a big difference in how the lawn looked with waiting later or doing it earlier, but I will tell you that it looked uglier for longer doing it early in the season. So just give it time and wait till the grass is growing more aggressively. And good job on getting your pre-emergent down, and that means you and I are probably not going to be talking in the spring and summer about weeds in your lawn, or not from a huge outbreak anyway, right? So good stuff. Appreciate you the question, and thanks for joining the live stream. Appreciate you. All right, next up is Levendi. He says, hey, Ron, from a work and cyber standpoint, it was a crazy week for me. Tell me about it. It's a crazy week for everyone in cyber. There's this thing going on in Eastern Europe where people are being dumb, and it's creating headaches for everyone. It says, I look forward to putting down predominantly tomorrow. I hear you. That's the thing, Levendi. Like this week has been, I hate to say stressful, but it's been stressful for several reasons. So this is really nice to just be able to hang out and talk about turf grass, and then Sunday get out there and mow. So just I am totally with you. Getting your pre-emergent down is a good plan. Definitely get it done now down this weekend, because if you're in Georgia, we're supposed to get rain. I think Monday. It's like a 50% chance of rain in Monday. So get your pre-emergent down. And if you're not in Georgia, but you're in the Southeast United States, get your pre-emergent down, guys. I cannot stress this enough. I'm not just trying to sell you pre-emergent, because if you don't buy it from me, you can buy it somewhere else. But I'm trying to save you from expensive fixes later on in the season. That pre-emergent, that like a $50-$60 bag of pre-emergent will easily fix now, prevent now. So again, we have it at the golf course lawn store, but you can find pre-emergent all over the place. But just definitely get it down. Get it down. All right, LG's now. What's going on, LG? He says, Carbon Bro LG is here. What's going on, sir? Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for coming to hang out as always. Always nice to see you in the chat, in the live stream. And next up we have Clayton. Clayton Wilson. He says, hello, Ron. I treated for spring dead spot back in November. When should I apply my next treatment? Should I do this before the green up now that it's getting warm? So here's the thing, Clayton. Normally I would say you don't need to do any another fungicide app until Mayish time frame, because spring dead spot, if you did your apps in the fall of last year, it should not be an issue now. Because in other words, what I'm trying to say is that if spring dead spot starts to form in your lawn, like there's nothing that fungicide at this point is really going to do about it. Like you had to fix that, you had to prevent it last year, like in the fall. So if you have large patch, like if people are dealing with large patch or brown patch in their lawn earlier in the season, it's kind of a bit early for that. But if you've had that kind of problem before this time of year, that's a situation where putting down a fungicide earlier makes sense. But if you've not, let's say your lawn has never had any issues with lawn fungus, then waiting until the May time frame to put the preventative, it makes more sense. It's going to save you money, and you're doing it at the time when fungus is most likely to become or start developing to become a problem in most lawns. The only exception again would be if you've had fungus issues in your lawn earlier in the season. In that case, doing your fungicide a bit earlier would be a good thing. Would be a good thing. Like last year, if you guys remember, I had some large patch in April. I want to say it was April. So in my case, this year I will I'll likely do that again. And I'll see. 'Cause I'm really gonna go low on my N inputs to start the season to see if maybe that helps. But in cases where you're not where you don't have a history of fungus problems, waiting until the May-June timeframe is when it makes sense. And if you look at the labels for Headway or Caravan, or you talk to Syngenta, that's what they'll tell you. This was an actual reason to do it. Wait till a little bit later in the season. So good stuff. All right, next up is CR. CR was the very first channel member. So what's going on, CR? Thanks for coming to hang out. Just, hey, everyone, I can't wait to get into my lawn and garden this weekend. Yeah, get out there. It's going to be a nice weekend for it. So definitely get out in there and get the lawn beds freshened up, work out in the lawn a little bit if you want. It's a good weekend. Definitely get your stuff done earlier. If there's things that you need at one of the big box stores, getting it this weekend is a good idea, because what's going to happen is in a couple of weeks, everyone else that's not super into their lawn but realizes, hey, I have a lawn, I want it to look nice. There's going to be this mad rush there. So if you don't want to deal with the crowds, get your stuff a bit early so you don't have to deal with that. But yeah, I endorse that, CR. Definitely spend some time in the lawn this weekend. There are definitely worse things you could be doing. Heartfelt Fashion is in the house. Says, good evening, Ron, and all the other lawn dominators. Yep. Good evening, Heartfelt. Thanks for coming to hang out. And next up, we have let's see, we have Tyler. Actually, before Tyler, I get your question. I just noticed here that Real Rollers is in the house. He says, happy Friday, Rob. Lee, it's Ron. It's Ron. Why are you messing with me, man? Why you give me a hard time? He says, thanks for stopping by today. Always great to see you. Always great to see you too, Lee. So guys, Real Rollers is in the house. So if you guys want to rough him up, you want to ask some questions about lawnmower especially real mowers, they're here. So any questions you guys have, definitely drop them in the chat and they will do their best to answer. The plan is to try and get them on the live stream here within the next couple of weeks. Next week may or may not work, but I'm thinking the week of the 25th is when we're thinking we'll be able to get Real Rollers on. So just mark your calendars. That's in the works. It should be a great time. It's always fun just to talk about real mowers and real mowing and just new products that they're developing that you guys will be able to find useful. So looking forward to that. Thanks for coming to hang out, guys. All right, so Tyler is up. He says, now I know that there are selective herbicides that can target Bermuda in fescue grass without damage. My question is, from an employee at a company, how would you say I go about telling people it? Okay, so you're saying that, so you work for like I don't know, like a True Green or something like that, and they want to target. You have people that they're customers that have Bermuda growing in their fescue. How can you tell them? I don't know, man. I don't know that I necessarily would, because here's the thing: once you get into those kinds of those types of products, unless a person is really a couple of things, right? If it's a spot area where you're just going to be spot spraying, not that big a deal. But if it's a case where like the Bermuda's all over the place, where you're going to be blanketing the lawn to try and get rid of it, like you really need to know what you're doing as far as mixing the products properly, and then also knowing how to use your sprayer properly, right? So to make sure your sprayer's calibrated and that and the product's going out at the right rate to get the desired result. So while you could do that, I don't know that that people that you might service, whose lawns you might be servicing, would be able to pull that off. I mean, you can kind of gauge them or gauge their knowledge level and decide. But if you decide to tell them, use like what's a product like Fusilade is one product, right? Forgetting that will knock back Bermuda in zoysia, I think, right? So in that case, as long as you tell them, hey, read the label like 17 times and then read it one more time and make sure you wear your PPE, and if you want to do that, you can. But it's just part of the reason why it took me so long to really create a piece of content around herbicide, around like mixing what I consider to be the more professional grade herbicides. In this case, it was Celsius and Certainty, is because I wanted to choose a set of products that are relatively safe, and that, based on temperature, you have a lot of leeway for being able to apply them without damaging your lawn. So it's one of those things where you have to kind of play it by ear to know if the person is someone that can do it properly without damaging their turf or damaging themselves. So that would be the only consideration that I would have about something like that. You know what I mean? So I mean, maybe see if it's something your company will do for them. I mean, you know, if you work for a company that sprays lawns, I know they're probably not in the service of eliminating certain types of grass out of lawns, but maybe in this case they might do that for that one client. So, but yeah, if you're going to recommend it to them, just make sure you tell them that they have to read the label, they have to follow the label. You can't, like the products that you get off of their professional grade products are not like the products you buy at Home Depot. Like the concentrations are designed to work at the rates that they are labeled for. If you go above that, you can damage the lawn, you know, and also you'll be putting too much of the stuff into the environment as well. So just make sure you're covering all your bases as far as what you tell them if you decide to give them an option, or you know, pass that kind of information on to them. All right, let me roll down really quick here and grab a super chat from Lance. Thank you so much, Lance. I appreciate you. Thanks for the super chat, sir.
Super chat received.
Thanks for the super chat. So I can get better here at finding where I was, and I did. Very cool. Yeah, I did. Yep. Next up, we have Amir Aerating in the house. I'm not sure what you're saying. It's I'm Almir. I think you're talking Spanish. But sorry, I can't. I'm not sure exactly what that is, so I'm not sure I want to put it up on the live stream. I don't think it's anything bad, but yeah, I can't answer your question without using Google Translate anyway, so it would be kind of pointless. Okay, Timothy Smith is up next. He says, "Hey Ron, great to be here in with you and everyone. Likewise, sir. Honored to have you part of the live stream." He says, "In Georgia, not far from you, and just scalped and verticut the Bermuda today. Nice, I like it. Should I consider adding more pre-emergent? I did it in February. Add Turfplex." I would not add more pre-emergent. If you've already, well, I should say this. If you applied pre-emergent at the rate that was sufficient for it to be effective for like a spring, summer weed control, then I wouldn't add more. Again, guys, I am not someone that, as far as you know, verticutting or aeration disturbing the vapor barrier, does it do that? Yes. Does it cause or have I observed in my lawn, in Alex's lawn, a material difference as far as like if you didn't aerate your lawn, so you do pre-emergent in February, and then you aerate your lawn in April, versus not doing that, if you see a huge difference in weeds, I've never observed that. And literally, my lawn has been aerated every year since I've been here. I'm trying to think. It's been every year. It's been aerated, so it's not really overblown. I would not add more pre-emergent unless you still have some left on your allocation. If it's going to make you feel better and you want to, make you feel better at night and you want to put some more down, assuming you've not reached your annual limit, I don't think it's necessary. But if you want to do that, go ahead. I really don't think it's necessary. I've never done that, and I don't have issues with lots of weeds in my lawn. As far as Turfplex goes, I would wait on that. You said you're in Georgia, you're not too far from me. Unless your lawn looks like this, unless your lawn looks like that right now, I wouldn't be so quick to be applying Turfplex. Turfplex has got where we got it right here. If you look at this, this is like it's 20% nitrogen, and this is relatively quick release. So I would wait till it's greening up a bit more. If you want to do something, if you just jonesing to do something, you can do the biostimulants and a micronutrient. So I'll show you what you can do, or what I would do, Timothy, and it's going to be valuable even if you even as the season grows on and you decide to start incorporating Turfplex. So what you can do is the carbon kit. So everything that's in here, right? So Release Zero, NutriKelp, Biospectrum. You can do that now. Like that, I would recommend, because I did do that. If you guys have been following the channel, and in addition to that, you can also add Nutrizolve, which is a micronutrient. So this has your iron, zinc, molybdenum, manganese, boron, copper, like all the things that are the micros that are on the soil test result that you always wonder, hey, how can I address those? This product will do that. So this you can do along with like a biostimulant, like the carbon kit. But I would wait on the Turfplex at this point. Like so this you can do, but the Turfplex not quite as yet. Let's wait till the lawn's greening up a bit more before we start really pushing nitrogen on it. There's gonna be plenty of time, I promise, to spray Turfplex, but there's no reason to do it super early. Just wait till the grass is greening up a bit more, and then you'll be good to go. You'll be good to go. But I gave you some options of something you can do if you want. Okay, and then Real Roller is saying, hey Ron, thanks. By stopping by today, you're making a difference. 2 different customers today referenced your channel this morning. Keep up the great work. I appreciate it. Lee, thanks so much. It's fun, man. I like recommending you guys. And on the topic of Real Rollers, if you guys need a true cut, I think they said they have the 20 inches and the 27-inch true cuts in stock. You can get them at Real Rollers. They have them, and they also have the rollers for them. So both the solid rollers and the almighty grooved roller, you can get both of those at Real Rollers. No 25s. I don't think there's going to be any 25s from what I understand this year. Like those are kind of scarce, but the 20 and the 27, they've got you covered. So call Lee or Andrew or Eric or Hayes, and they will take care of you. Really good set of guys. And if anything, you can also go and play on the turf park. You can mow their grass, which is kind of cool. All right, Tyler, that's cool. Yep, yeah, they are cool. They are a nice set of guys. They do a lot for the community. All right, next up is Heartfelt Fashion. He says, do you remember the link that you shared where you could get the T-Jet snap-on nozzles for a Flow Zone backpack sprayer? Yeah. So, well, it depends. If you already have the adapter, Heartfelt Fashion, then I can give you a link to that. So I can give you a link to the T-Jet nozzle, the one that there it is right there. The one that I use, the one that I recommend that's good for foliar apps. So this guy will work. If you do not have the adapter, and you'll know it's like I don't have one here. I don't have a sprayer next to me, but it's like a little elbow that has. In other words, it takes the quick disconnect fitting, and adds like a traditional swappable spray tip to it, where you can swap nozzles out. You have to have one of those to be able to use this. But if you do have that already, then you can then you absolutely can use this nozzle that I'm linking to you here. And actually, let me see if I can show you really quick. We can go over to FlowZone's store, their website, and I can show you what I'm talking about here really quick. FlowZone, I think it's fzspray.com. I think so. Yep. And here, and accessories. Nope, that's wrong. That's the wrong link. There, and accessories and parts. Yeah, so this is what you're gonna need. Let me swap over. So if you go to FlowZone's website, this guy right here is like the fan is the adapter, but hang on, that's not actually. They have a fitting. They have one that has the whole thing with it. I'm trying to find it here. Look on their website. It's going to be like a it's going to be this. It's going to be what I just showed you with the end here, because this shows like a what am I trying to say, Ron? English. You need a quick connect fitting on the other end of that to use it in a flow zone, and this one does not have that. I'm sure they have it on here somewhere. I'm not sure why it's not showing up, but you need something like that. So you'll see it in my video on spray tips. If you don't have that, they have them. They carry them there. But if you already have it, then again, the link I just gave you there for the nozzle is all you're going to need to be able to swap tips out. So there you go. Good question. All right. And then Dwayne Hopkins says, hey, Ron, taking your advice on expanding some of my flower beds on areas of my lawn that are shaded where the Bermuda won't really grow. Will the pre-emergent I put down prior affect the new shrub's roots? No, it shouldn't. Most pre-emergents are safe for ornamentals. It's particularly a dithiopyr is, I know for sure. Like it's in that that specialty herbicide I was telling you guys about earlier. So yeah, you should be okay. You shouldn't be a problem at all, Dwayne. And that's actually a course of wisdom, man. Like I get email every week where people say, hey, I've got this big tree and grass isn't growing there, and I want to think about putting sod down, or I want to put seed down. And I'm like, generally, as a general rule, if grass isn't growing there currently, it's you putting sod in, unless I should say this, let me qualify that. If Bermuda isn't growing under a tree, which it's probably not going to, but if it's not growing under a tree right now, you putting seed down or putting fresh Bermuda sod is unlikely to work well, not at least long term. What will happen is you put the sod in, it'll look great for a little while, and then it's just going to thin out slowly and die off like the existing grass. The only option you really have for grass under like trees or heavily shaded areas, you're using something like a fescue. So some of the fescues will tolerate shade much better than Bermuda. Bermuda hates shade. So that's an option. Or you can do what Dwayne is doing, which is just put shrubs in, or just put like expand flower beds, or just make it like an ornamental area. because grass, like especially Bermuda, needs sunlight. It needs a lot of sunlight. Like if the grass is not growing there now, we need to figure out why and fix that before you spend a bunch of money and time trying to get it to grow there. So good stuff. Tyler M says, I wish I could put my customers in his direction, but we do cool season around here. I got you. Okay. I see what you're saying now. Okay, next up is Heartfelt Fashion. She says, I went to Augusta, Georgia twice every week, and man, it's hot in Georgia. You guys are hitting 88 degrees next week. That's the thing. The grass is going to pick up here really, really soon. It's going to take off really, really soon. So, again, not to keep doing the public service announcement, but if you've not done pre-emergent, you might want to do that. This weekend is a great weekend to get your pre-emergent down because soil temps undoubtedly are in the 50s and will continue to be there on average going forward. So get your pre-emergent down if you've not done that as yet. Next up is Luis Rodriguez. He says, got my McLean last week. Excited to start mowing 14,000 square feet. We got to clap it up for that. It's got to happen. It's got to happen. Congrats, Luis. 14,000 square feet is no joke. Hopefully it's mostly open to where it won't slow you down having to mow around stuff. But congrats on the McLean, sir. And guys, we're at the top of the hour. We are only at 97 likes, but there's over 140 something of you guys in here. If you guys wouldn't mind, I want to take a better sip of my lemonade and tea blend. And if you guys wouldn't mind touching that like button ever so gently, it doesn't cost anything. It's a free way to support the channel, sends good vibes to the algorithm, and gives me a chance to take a sip of my lemonade while I also look for the next question. That's pretty good. I like that. I do like that. All right, next up is Kevin Sheehan. He says, hey, Ron, long time no see. Been watching on Saturday Replay. Welcome, Kevin. Nice to see you back. You and your motorcycle. I'm trying to think. One of you guys have a Honda, one of you guys has a Harley. I'm going to err on a Harley. Because what I have learned, I don't have a motorcycle. The one thing I've never owned is a motorcycle because I like speed too much and they're too easy to go fast on them. But among motorcycle people, like if you call someone's Harley a Honda, like you've created, you've committed an act of war. But if you call someone's Honda a Harley, that seems to be a little more forgivable. So I'm going to go with your Harley, which I think is what you're on. So glad to see you back, Kevin. Thanks for coming to hang out in the chat. And if I can help with anything, let me know. Okay, next up is P. Kizzle. P. Kizzle says, I got my groomer. I finally got a groomer on my Flex 21. Pumped to start using it this season. Lawn domination. Yeah, let me know how that works for you, P. Kizzle, because really a groomer, unless you're mowing like really short, and when I say short, like 0.4 or less, really 0.3 or less, but let's say we'll be generous. We'll say 0.4 or less of an inch. They really don't do a whole lot. So on most people that end up having them on home lawns and residential lawns tend to either disable them or raise them up a lot, or the same thing. They either just like disable them when they don't spin, or they raise them up to where they are they're not in play as far as the lawn goes. But so if you got one and you're trying it out this season, let me know how it does. So I know that the groomers are really designed for golf greens, and sometimes people use them as a very, very mild verticutters, which they're not designed for. So it'd be interesting to see how you're going to set yours up, and just be interesting to see what your plans are for that. If you need help with setting one up, I've got a video that's got like 7 views on it because not many people have groomers. But if you ever want to know how to set one up, the nice folks over at Stone Mountain Golf Club, like their golf course out at Stone Mountain, were nice enough to let me to come out and allow me to film setting up the a groomer. So if you need help with that, or you probably already have it figured out, but in case you don't, or you just want to see a cool video on it, I'll put this in the chat for you. You can check that out on groomer setup. So there you go. But yeah, definitely keep coming to the live stream and let us know how that works out for you, how the groomer does for you. Because really, on residential lawns, like I said, unless you're cutting really, really short, they tend to be not as useful as people think they're going to be. Next up is September T. Says, hello, Ron. I applied pre-emergent a couple weeks ago, and the next day it rained heavily all day and night here in Alabama. Should I have reapplied the pre-emergent for fear of it being diluted? Thanks. Nah, what you got is exactly what you needed, September T. Pre-emergent needs to be watered in, and short of having like a biblical flood, like, you know, like the Noah's Ark type flood where your entire lawn washes out, and, you know, and it's all your like entire lawn's out in the street, which you didn't get. Rain, like heavy rain, is actually good, because when you put pre-emergent down, you didn't say whether you did liquid or granular, it doesn't really matter. It needs to get washed down into the soil profile. It needs to get watered in to work. So getting the rain, that heavy rain, is exactly what you needed. So no, it didn't dilute it. If anything, it helps. It started up the process of you really getting the benefits from pre-emergent that you're going to want to get. So no, you're good to go. You don't need to put more down. And yeah, nothing to worry about whatsoever. You did it exactly right. And thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. I appreciate you. Next is Scott R. Says, hey, happy Friday, Ron. Just got done scalping down to below 1/2 inch and sprayed Dimension with some blue dye, watered it in. Lawn is looking pretty good. Pop a top. Cheers to the weekend. Nice, man. You did it all. So you got your Dimension down, you got your scalp down, and now it's just waiting for the green up, right? So you're ahead of the game. Very cool, sir. Thanks for letting us know. No Name is here. He says, on the topic of soil testing, when do you recommend doing it in the middle of the mowing season? I.e., how long should I wait after fertilizing apps, or how long after fertilizer apps should I wait so that the soil test isn't too biased? Great question. So here's the thing. You don't necessarily need to do a soil test in the middle of the season. I did one because, I've been doing them every 3 months. But to answer your question, you want to do it as far away from your last fertilizer app as possible. So I would say at least minimum 3 weeks. If you can wait even longer, that would be better. So in my case, I did mine, I think it was like the end of June. I have to look at the video and see when it was, but it was like the end of June, I believe. And I applied, my last fertilizer app was like the beginning of June, like as far as like a granular goes, right? So yeah, the longer the better, but it really, I'd say at least 3 weeks, No Name. If you can get 4 weeks or more, that's even better. But yeah, what you would not want to do is to apply your fertilizer and like 2 days later, then go do a soil test. That could skew the results that you get from it. So just space it out as much time as possible. Ideally, if you're really going to test during the season, which again, I'm not opposed to, but you don't necessarily have to do it, is like the day before you're about to do your next fertilizer app. That's the day when you would pull a core or pull cores for your lawn and send them in. That's what I did in June of last year. It's a good question. It's a good one. And again, if you need a soil test kit and you're trying to save money, we have them in stock at the golf course lawn store. I hate this camera because I can't really do this. I can't do my arm pan properly going at this angle. At the golf course lawn store, if you want to save 10%, use this code at checkout. You save 10% on any of the soil test kits in the store now through March 15th. So don't wait too long, but I mean, you can save 10% by using this code. It's not really published anywhere. Really, only the people in the live stream are being told about it. And if you're in my community feed, you hear about it. But as far as like you're blasting it out, not really doing that. So if you guys want to take advantage of that, use that to get to stock up on soil tests for this year and save some money, right? Who doesn't like to save money? Good question, No Name. I appreciate that one. That's a good one. Next is James Kelly. He says, I am in Tennessee and have Kentucky bluegrass that stayed green all winter. Been keeping the height of cut at 2 inches with a Fisker Stay Sharp Real Max mower. Now it's getting thick. Is it okay to hit it with some nitrogen now? If it's actively growing, James, yeah, if you want to feed it with some nitrogen, by all means, go for it. I mean, the thing is, you're saying that it's really getting thick. It's thickening up. So again, if you want to start feeding it, you want to start giving it fertilizer, just ease into it. You know what I mean? There's no reason to go, slam it at full rate the first app of the season. Just ease into it. You can go half rate, quarter rate. Just give it. You can just give it some food. See how the grass responds to it, the lawn responds to it, and then when you get into April, if you want to feed it, go a little bit. Go get your normal application rate. Then by all means. So, but yeah, I would say ease into it. But the big thing is that if your lawn is actively growing, if it's green, if the grass is green, which it sounds like your KBG is, then yeah, feed it. Feed it by all means, man. And nice job on using the a reel mower. It'd be interesting. Those the Fiskars. I'm not familiar with the. I'm not sure if that is the Stay Sharp Max. Is that a different one to the one Fiskars that I'm thinking about? The one that kind of I don't know. It looks like a reel mower that Dyson designed. It's the one with the 2 wheels in the front. I've never heard it referred to as the Stay Sharp Max. So is that like a new version they have or something? If you're still around, drop a comment in the chat and let me know. So I can't look it up right now while I'm on the show. Okay, next up is Robert Rainey. He says, Ron, you hit the nail on the head. The mower cracks and the mower cracks and the neighbor does, and I know the sound. That's hilarious. It's true. It's true. Here's the thing. I mean, Alex and I, we're buddies. We're two brothers from another mother, and we don't really compete against each other. We don't really compete. But it happens, if if I hear his mower start up and, I've got time and I'm like thinking, I can get a mowing really quick. I can at least knock out the back lawn really quick. It just motivates you. You know what it is it makes you feel like a slacker a little bit. It makes you feel like you're behind the curve and you don't want to feel like a slacker that, they're one-upping you. So you want to get out there and mow as well. So I'm glad to know it's not just me, Robert. And it's true. I can tell the difference between the sound of a true cut and the sound of like one of the, I call them the battle cruisers, like the big zero turns that the lawn care services use in the neighborhood that mow the lawns like across the street. So yeah, when I hear that tone, I'm like, oh, he's out there. Got to get out and mow. So yeah, not just me. Bang Brandon is up next. It says I know that. Where do I know that name? I think you're a gamer. I may know. I know that name from somewhere. Is any tips from Michigan lawns? In Michigan, is your lawn? Aren't you guys still under a bunch of snow, Brandon? I'd say if your lawn's still covered in snow, which I imagine this time of year probably is, do nothing. Once the lawn begins to thaw out, or if the snow goes away, I'm a big fan of soil testing. I'm a big fan of getting a soil test done at the beginning of the season. The ones that I like and recommend are the ones from My Soil. Get one of those done. It's going to be a great way to tell you what, from a nutrient deficiency standpoint, assuming you have any deficiencies, what your soil needs. So you'll be able to choose the correct fertilizer that best matches what your soil needs. Outside of that, the same advice I'd give like a warm season lawn. Just once the lawn starts growing, just mow it. Like the key is mowing. Like really, the more you mow your lawn, the better it's going to look. Most people tend to rely on like fertilizer and just applying products to the lawn, which again, those things are important. But mowing is the foundation. So if you're not mowing and you're doing a lot of the other stuff, yeah, I always say your lawn's gonna look really green, but it's gonna be really green. It's gonna look like a jungle. So mowing is what gives you the appearance, that golf course lawn look that you're really after. And that's when using, the biostimulants and the higher end fertilizers, like all those things really begin to shine when they're combined with regular mowing. But in your case, I would start off the season with a soil test. I'd also look at getting pre-emergent on your lawn. Again, don't do it now if there's still snow on the ground, obviously, but once that thaws out and goes away, getting pre-emergent down is a good thing as well, because that's going to keep weeds out of your lawn. And then once you get your soil test results back, fertilize accordingly and mow your lawn. That's it. So to recap, soil test, pre-emergent, mow a ton, fertilize based on the soil test results, and mow some more. And when you think you've mowed enough, mow one more time. That'd be my advice. You do those things, you're gonna have a great looking lawn. You can start looking at doing a fungicide in the May-June timeframe as well, like a preventative if you want. But again, the thing that's gonna really make your lawn look nice is mowing it a lot. Good stuff. All right, next up is Todd's Real Lawn. Says ready for spring here in Buffalo. Let's go, Buffalo. I can't imagine you guys have. Isn't it still snow on the ground in Buffalo? I'd imagine in Buffalo, unless there's Buffalo somewhere else. I'd imagine Buffalo, New York, you guys still have snow, but maybe not. Maybe not. But I'm with you, Todd. I'm with you on getting ready to get out there and start mowing the lawn. And then Grace says, yes, if I hear the mower going, I go out to mow too. I don't know what the words is. It says, but two lawns look better, or his is not going to show me up. Yeah, I get you. So we're all competitive. That's one thing I could say. I find, like as I get to interact with people more and more, like my viewers and also people that are customers of the Golf Course Lawn Store, I get that there's a character trait, and it's either people, and the one thing is that on some level it's competition. Like you're competitive. I don't know if you're competitive in all areas, but some of you guys, man, will go to some insane, lengths to ensure that your lawn is greener, shorter, is just sharper looking than the next guy or next gal, which is cool. It's fun. It's good to know it's not just me. It's nice to know that I'm among friends when we're talking about this stuff. So good stuff, Grace. And then James Kelly says, my neighbor runs a lawn care business, and I'm dominating him as an added plus. I can see that, James, but here's the thing you got to realize too. In all fairness, it's like a case of like, the shoemaker has no shoes, right? Your neighbor's probably out, doing lawns all the time, spraying lawns, cutting lawns. When he gets home, probably the last thing he wants to do is mess with his lawn. I could totally see that. So that there is that, so yeah, I'm not surprised that you're dominating your neighbor, even though he has a lawn care business. All right. Next up is Kevin D. Jones. He says A. I'm going to say B. What's going on, Kevin? And the next question we have here is from Todd. He says,
Received.
I don't know why I did that. I'm trying to switch back. He says, Ron, how accurate would you say the My Soul test is? I bought it this year, and the more I read, the less reassured I am that it's accurate. Could you give a percentage in your opinion? As far as accuracy, I have no reason to believe that the tests are not accurate. The ion exchange resin technology is not something new. It's not something that My Soul invented. It's something that I'd say they brought to the masses in the Soul test kit. But as far as being accurate, I found it to be very accurate in my case. And because I probably test more than anyone else on this live stream, more so than most people, I'm able to see that. Like I can literally see when I put inputs in. A good example is like the lime inputs for adjusting pH. If I do that and I test a few months later, I can actually see the movement in the results. So what I would say, Todd, is as far as soil tests, and I'm going to kind of go give like a car analogy here, a dyno analogy here, to have it make sense. If you're not into cars, it won't make as much sense, but it's the best way I can first thing that comes to mind. If you're going to pick a soil testing mechanism, pick one and stick to it. So if you are going to use like an extension office, which is nothing wrong with that. If you're going to do that, like pick that and stay with that, because then when you compare the results, you compare the data, you're comparing apples to apples. It's almost like, when it comes, for any of you guys that are into cars, you can think of like dynos, right? Like chassis dynos. If you take a car, if I take the Supra, let's take my car, right? And I go to like a dyno jet across town. If I go to, I don't know, like 2J Racing, and I dyno my car there, right? And it puts down a number. And I take the car, I take it over to another dyno of the same type in a different shop. Even though the results, the numbers you'd think on the same day, same conditions, the numbers should match up perfectly. There could be slight variations. There are more than likely going to be slight variations between them, between the extraction methods, between just between how the samples are treated. All those things can influence things. So kind of like whenever you're adjusting a car or tuning a car, what you're measuring are the deltas. So you say, I took my soil test results. This is where I am. I'm going to apply inputs based on that, and then I'll measure again and see how things move based on that. But it's only really easy to do that, and if you're using the same testing methodology every time. Does that make sense? So as far as accuracy, they're very accurate. They're as accurate as anything else out there, in my opinion, and in my results. That I see in my soil test results support that. When I put inputs in, I see it in the results. I've not done a My Soil test and then gotten a test from an extension office and then compared the two, because again, you're comparing apple. I mean, even though, here's the thing I would expect to be the same. I would expect like pH should be fairly similar, but like the macro levels and the micro levels might vary slightly, right? Because again, it's different methods of coming up with the calculation. So the big thing I would say is pick your method of choice, whatever that happens to be. I personally like My Soil because one, they also have the portal, makes it easy for you to look at the data over time. Pick one and stick with it. That would be my advice. Like, don't get hung up into all these forums and Facebook groups where people want to go back and forth and start World War III over which soil test is right, which one is wrong. They are all tools, and like a tool, it's a tool that works best if you use it to measure deltas over time. And the best way to do that is to use the same test over and over time to make sure you're actually measuring using the same methodology. So hopefully that helps. It's the best answer I have for you. All I can tell you is from what I've seen on my lawn, Alex's lawn, and the other people that I look at all the time, they're very accurate. Okay, next up is Kevin D. Jones. He says, Celiprin L for me this weekend in South Atlanta. Get ahead of the army worms. That's good, Kevin. Yeah, so you're doing the liquid Celiprin. Nice, very cool. Yep, it's a good product. You're gonna love the results you get with it. Again, it's like one application per season. That's one thing I do get. People will say, it's expensive, and I'm like, yeah, it's not inexpensive. I should say that, but you're only doing it once for the season, and it keeps armyworms and just lawn damage away. Like you apply this product once and you're good to go for the entire season. So, versus at the end, if you didn't put down a preventative insecticide and armyworms are a problem this year like they were last year, who knows if they will be, but if they are, treating them after the fact is going to cost you as much, and then you have an ugly lawn to look at while you're waiting for the lawn to recover from the insect damage. So for me, I just prefer to prevent them in the first place, which is why I just tell everyone, just buy a Celiprin, apply it, and move on. Move on to the next problem to solve. Insects are no longer a problem if you do that. Okay. Next up, Todd's saying, hit the like button. Ron's a man. I appreciate that, Todd. Thanks so much, sir. Appreciate the support. And then next up is Thin Cut. He says, shortly after my first scalp, as I'm sitting relaxing, I heard a mower going. Couldn't figure out who it was till the next day as I drove past his lawn. Just one of the street's lawn competitors. Haha. So now here's the thing. You heard someone else's mower crank up and you had to go check it out. Now, I like to think that I'm the only one that does this, and I know that I probably am the only one. So for those of you guys that also have, that guy or gal in the neighborhood that also, takes their lawn care a little bit serious. Now, it'd be interesting to know, if you've done it before, you can put a Y, like Y for yes. If you've never done it before, you can say N for no in the comments. Have you ever driven around the neighborhood to see the lawns that are also nice, to see if their lawn is nicer than yours, just to kind of do a comparison? So the question is not the lawn that's across the street from you, not the one that you can actually see when you're coming into the neighborhood, like your neighbor, but one where hey, this guy or this girl also does a really good job on their lawn. And I don't want to use the word spy, but you're just doing recon to see, how their lawns are coming across. If any of you guys have ever done that, drop a Y in the chat. And if you've never done that, drop an N. So I want to see, if I'm just an oddball or if it's something that everyone does. It'll be interesting to know. Troy Ridley's up next. He says, hey, Ron, I just received my soil test kits. Thanks for the discount. You're very, very welcome, sir. I will be using one test tomorrow and the other in the fall. Very good. And that's really the way I recommend for most people to do it. 2 a year. One in the spring, one in the fall. So you apply your soil, you do your test in the spring, figure out what your plan of action needs to be for nutrients in the spring are. Do that, and then in the fall measure again and say, hey, how did levels change throughout the growing season based on what my inputs were? So yeah, what you're doing is exactly what I'd recommend, Troy. And again, you guys, if you use the discount code StartSpringRight all together, StartSpringRight at checkout at the golf course lawn store, it'll save you 10% on the My Soil test kits through the next couple of weeks. So don't wait too long because it's about it's going to expire soon, but definitely take advantage to save yourself some money. Next up is Johnny Bizzle from South Korea. Again, what's going on, Johnny? He says, hello, Ron, and all checking in from Pyeongtaek, South Korea. Ground temps are almost there. Can't wait. Very, very nice. Very cool. Very cool. I've not been to South Korea yet. I've been to Japan a couple times. Loved Japan, but I've not been to South Korea. So I got to put that on my list of places to visit. Got to visit that. All right, let's see what's up next. And we have Scott R. says, can you please explain the biostems? Are there microbes or something different? Is it for soil amendment? I am as lost as last year's Easter's egg on the topic. Okay, sure. Yes, so the carbon kit, so let me show you what I'm talking about here. The carbon kit, what we're referring to, which is this guy here, which is the most economical way to buy these guys, to buy what I'm about to show you guys, Release Zero, NutriKelp, and BioSpectrum. So Release Zero has no NPK in it. It is, get my face off here. I'm blocking what I'm showing you guys. It has no NPK in it. It is micronized carbon. So if you think of what carbon is, the benefits of it are enhanced nutrient uptake, enhanced nutrient retention. Because if you think about the way carbon works, you can think of it almost as like little pockets that whenever you put fertilizer down or any inputs into the soil, it holds onto them and releases them over time. So it allows you to get more out of any fertilizer you put into your lawn. So Release Zero is literally like 10% micronized carbon. So it enhances nutrient uptake. It enhances uptake of anything that you mix with it. So even though we always use it for fertilizer in the context of making our grass greener, if you are spraying insecticide, if you're spraying fungicide, if you are spraying herbicide, any of those you can also mix Release Zero with, and it will enhance the performance of those products. So that's what it is. Mauritia Green uses the term catalyst, meaning it's a good enhancer, but it allows you to get more out of any products you apply, along with being an organic biostimulant. NutriKelp is a kelp product. It's you can see the formulation. This does have a little bit of NPK in it, 1% nitrogen, 1% phosphorus, 4% potassium, and it's 24% kelp. So the idea behind kelp is you can think of it as almost like a vitamin pack for the soil, vitamin pack for your grass. So with it having 24% kelp in it, is something that's just going to improve the hardiness of your grass, improve disease resistance, and because NutriKelp contains 2% micronized carbon, you're between release 0 and NutriKelp, you're now at 12%, right? So between if you're using the carbon kit the way I tell you to do it, you're doing 10% micronized carbon in release 0 and 2% from NutriKelp. So you're really putting a lot of micronized carbon into the soil. And then finally, BioSpectrum. This is microbial foods. So it's healthy microbes that help improve the microbial activity in your soil. If you think about like a lot of the things that we do, or particularly golf courses, that's what this really was designed for. As far as the fungicides we put down, fungicides are really, really hard on the microbial activity in the soil. So BioSpectrum was a product that Miramichi Green came out with to help jumpstart that, to help replenish what gets damaged oftentimes through fungicide applications. If you're not using fungicides, it's just going to help improve the microbial activity in your soil, which is why these three products are what I chose to use in the carbon kit. So Release Zero, NutriKelp, and BioSpectrum. There's very, very slight NPK in them. As you can tell, NutriKelp is the only one that really has any of the macros in it. But the net result behind them is greener grass. You get more out of any fertilizer that you put down. So you can actually apply less fertilizer and still get great results. And it helps improve the microbial activity, which if you think about it, when you put like a granular fertilizer down, right? Like it gets consumed by microbes, and then the nitrogen is converted into a form that is available for uptake by the grass. So having good microbial activity in your soil is super important for you getting the most out of your fertilizer. So that's why this kit was put together in the way that it was, why I chose that. I was really close. I gotta tell you guys, I was really, really on the fence. I was really close. Go back here to I'm at full screen. I was really close, instead of using Release Zero, of using putting this product in the carbon kit, the Release 901C instead, because this is essentially Release Zero with fertilizer in it. So the reason why I didn't, again, is because there's some people that have fertilizers they like. Some people like Turfplex, they like other brands they want to go with. So I didn't put this in the carbon kit because I wanted to give you that option to say, hey, you can still use the liquid fert you want of choice. So this is mainly something that you can use regardless of the products that you or other liquids you're using that will work well with them. So it's an enhancer. I've had really good results with it. Everyone that's used that combination in the carbon kit has had good results. I've gotten a lot of really positive feedback over it. And again, for someone that just wants to try it out, the way we're selling it here at the Golf Course Lawn Store, you're saving about 15% buying the kit versus buying Release Zero, NutriKelp, and BioSpectrum by themselves. Now, if you really like it and you're using it a lot and you want to get a gallon of each, that will likely work out well. But if just as a way to get your feet into it and try it out and see what you think, the carbon kit is the way to go. Again, I have yet to get any negative feedback on it. Kind of like Humic Max. I have yet to have anyone tell me that Humic Max did not really improve their lawn. They didn't like it. So hopefully that helps, Scott. It's all about the soil, all about improving soil quality and efficiency, so that you get more out of whatever you happen to be any inputs you're trying to put in. And particularly in the case of Release Zero, you can mix your fungicides, insecticides, and herbicides with that as well, and it's going to enhance their performance. So something else for you to hopefully that helps. And if you have any other questions, definitely let me know in the comments below. But that's in a 3-minute answer. That is the theory behind why I recommend them, why I use them, and why there's just tons of benefits to going with biostimulants. Okay, next up is Demir. Devin, he says, definitely will find a date to get back on the stream before I get really busy. Early April. Yeah, that's good. I'm good with that. Sure. No mowing yet. Another month or so. Need the greens to get acclimated before we start our agronomy program. That works, man. Yeah, early April is good. That's a great time, because that's going to be a time when us warm season guys are going to be, getting there. Our launch should be starting to look fairly decent. And also cool season people are going to have questions as well too. So I think that'd be great, Devin. If you can do early April, I'm down. Just let me know your schedule and we will make it happen, sir. We will make it happen. All right, next up is Spencer Bigham. Not Spencer Smallham, Spencer Bigham. He says, any idea when the Yard Mastery sprayer will be back in stock? Yes, Spencer. Actually, I asked them recently, and it's looking like early April. They're out. It's just, again, supply chain thing is it kind of stinks. So it looks like early April. If you're in the market for a sprayer now, like if you got to have one now, the Flow Zone is another choice. It's a good sprayer. It's just going to be a bit more expensive, and you're going to spend a bit more money on accessories. So you're going to want to get, if you want to use like different nozzles. You're going to spend like $15 on getting that adapter, and then like a T-Jet tip's another $9, $10. So, the sprayer costs more. And then the adapters you're going to need are going to add another $20 or $25 on the cost of that. But it's an excellent sprayer. I have both. I have the Yard Mastery and I have the Flow Zone. They're both excellent sprayers. I actually did a video comparing them. If you actually want to see that, I'll put it here in the chat. The thing that the Yard Mastery has is really price, right? So it flows as much, is just as good as the Flow Zone from a standpoint of flow, but it comes with everything. So you don't have to go out and buy any attachments. It comes with everything you need. It comes with an air induction tip. It comes with a foliar app tip. It comes with the adapter. The padding on the Flow Zone is better. That is definitely a benefit to plus the Flow Zone. You can't. It's like you are basically down to preference at that point. And if cost is ultimately the most important thing, the Yard Mastery is a better deal, but you can't get it right now. So makes the Flow Zone a better deal because you can actually get it. So if you want to see that video where I compare the two of them and I talk about why the Yard Mastery is the bee's knees, why the Flow Zone is also the bee's knees, and you're not going to be mad with either one of them, check out that video there that is put in the chat for you. So take a look there. But yeah, it looks like April to answer your question. We're a little bit ways out. Okay, next up is Lone Star. Happy Friday to each and everyone. Happy Friday, Lone Star. Thanks for coming and hang out in the live stream, sir. Appreciate you as always. And he says, Dwayne Hopkins says, Ron, do you sell the 4-ounce Primo Max on the golf course lawn store? I will soon. I'm in the process of getting it. The 4-ounce of Celiprin is there, but the Primo Max is going to be this guy right where I can find it. This guy right here is going to be on the store soon. That's the plan anyway. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get it done before we enter. Actually, just leave this here so I don't have to keep reaching back and forth like a crazy person all the time, right? Before we need it, right? So before like April-ish timeframe, April-May timeframe is when I want to get that done. So we'll see. We'll see if it all works out. But yeah, it's not there yet, but that is the plan to carry that. It's kind of a niche product, but it's just something that, you guys, you guys would, I think you're going to find useful, and it just makes the store like one-stop shopping for those types of things. So it's something I use on the lawn as far as PGR. So I do my best to try and make it available to you guys. Next up is Clint Brock. He says, on the topic of PGR, he says, first year with T-Nex in the arsenal, but also want to broadcast level Bermuda. What's the balancing act with these two counterintuitive processes? So it's a good question, Clint. So if you want the Bermuda to recover as quickly as possible, like spraying PGR on it, plant growth regulator on it is not the best idea. That said, I have top dressed my lawn 3 times with it while it was under regulation, and it was still fine. It grew back in just fine. It took a little bit longer, but to say that if you have plant growth regulator, you can't top dress your lawn is not really a true thing. What I would say is if you're someone that wants to like beach your lawn, like you want to go crazy heavy, definitely don't do that and have PGR on it. But if you're going to top dress the way that I recommend, which is a 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch of material, and then when you water it in, it's going to settle. It would be better to not have PGR on the lawn because it's going to recover faster. Facts. So that's just the truth of the matter. But if you're going light on your top dressing, you can do that and get away with it. Again, if you guys want to see, do I have it? Do I have a video? Let's see here. Maybe I do. I think I have a video showing that. Do I? Yes. Okay. So this is the lawn after being top dressed with the Super Sod level mix, and the lawn was under regulation in this video. So what you're seeing there is the lawn. The lawn had plant growth regulator on it when I top dressed it, and if you look at my content from last year, literally 4 days later, I was mowing. Granted, I did mow a little bit taller, but I was able to mow it. So if it's your first time the first time you're ever top dressing it, I would hold off a PGR if you can. But again, if you go light, it's going to be just fine. It's just going to take longer to recover. So either way will work. The big thing with T-Nex, if it's your first time using T-Nex as well, follow the rate for Bermuda. A safe rate is 1/4 of an ounce of the product for over 1,000 square feet with a gallon of water. Do not go heavier than that. There's no need to. I mean, with hybrids, you can go up to 0.4, 0.3, I think it's 0.37 is what the label says. But your first time, just go 0.25, 1/4 of an ounce with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet. So what that works out to is if you have a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, you're going to put 1 ounce of plant growth regulator in 4 gallons of water and apply that over 4,000 square feet. And because I haven't done it this week yet, we're going to do it at some point. 1 ounce in a measuring container like this is going to be that first dial right there, that first notch. That's 1 ounce. So you can see it's not very much. It's not very much, but I promise you don't need very much to get a good result. So good job on in starting to incorporate PGR in your process, and good job on planning the top dress. Let us know how it works out. Thanks for the question and comment. Appreciate you. Next up is Flippin' While You Sippin' to Disney says, hey, Ron, question. My neighbors have a real thick, semi-tall Bermuda, but mine is thin, not as full. I have done pre-emergent, a light scalp. I have also laid a humichar. What else can I do? Okay, so at this point, once the grass starts growing, mow it. Mow it, and mow some more. Like, if you want Bermuda to thicken up, if you can get your mowing height, you didn't say whether you're using a real mower or not, but even with a rotary, you should be able to mow Bermuda at 1.5 inches. That should be doable on most lawns with a rotary. At 1.5 inches, if you're out there mowing it a couple times a week, it's gonna thicken up. So the thing is, if you allow Bermuda to get tall, which is not really designed to grow tall, it can, but it's just not designed to be tall. It tends to get, the term we use is like leggy, it gets kind of stocky and it thins out. Whereas if you are cutting it shorter, right? So if you cut it 1.5 inches or even shorter, what you do is you keep cutting the grass, and you're regularly cutting leaf off. And what happens is the grass starts thinking to itself. I mean, it's not thinking, but this is essentially what happens. It says, this crazy person keeps cutting me, and I need to be able to catch sunlight. So instead of growing up, I'm going to grow sideways. I'm going to start growing across. That's where the soil is going to really start running, and it's going to cause the lawn to really thicken up and get really dense. So the best thing you can do for getting Bermuda to thicken up is just to mow it a lot. At least twice a week is what you're going to need to do to be able to do that. And lower is better. So 1.5 inches with a rotary is doable. That's going to take twice a week mowing. And then, I'm not sure where you are. You didn't tell me where you are in the country, but let's say you were my neighbor. By mid-April, late April, the lawn should be looking really, really good. It should be nice and dense if you're sticking to that twice a week mowing sequence. Another thing I'd say is, regardless of whether you're using a rotary or reel, now is a great time to get it freshened up. So it sounds like you did a scalp. So after scalping, go ahead and make sure you got a sharp mower blade. If you're using a rotary, make sure that mower blade is nice and sharp for when you start cutting the grass. This growing season. If you got a real mower, same thing. Make sure it's sharp. The most important thing with mowing, with getting a thick stand of grass, is that you mow it frequently. But it's also important that you mow it with sharp equipment, because if you don't, if your mower is dull, it can cause a lot of problems. Like what will happen is it will tear at the grass. You're gonna start getting, even though you're mowing it a ton, the grass is still gonna look brown. It's gonna have like a haze, like a brown haze. This is not gonna look very good. And you're also more prone to having issues with disease because you're not doing that clean cut. You're kind of tearing it. You know what I mean? So that's the only thing I tell you is pick up your mowing frequency, but also ensure, like, since we're still at the beginning of the season, ensure that all your equipment is nice and sharp, because that's going to allow you to get the best result in your lawn. So hope that helps. If you need anything else, let me know. Okay, B Kizzle is in about armyworms. He says, Bifin tea is a great option compared to your stuff for armyworms and grubs, plus it controls mosquitoes. True. That's an option for controlling them when they're already there, but Acelepryn you can apply now, like once, and you don't have to worry about armyworms at all, like, or grubs. There's not going to be an issue in your lawn. So there's different options. I totally agree. There's different options depending on which way you want to go. But Acelepryn is what I like. Something that people will also do too is with Bifin, they will take that and they will mix it with the pest control, the Miramichi Green pest control. Let me see if I got that right here. I haven't talked about that in a while. But this is an organic pest control that if you want a cool hack, if you're like a bifid person, P Kizzle, you can mix this along with it, and this treats a bunch of different things. It's mosquitoes, white flies, ants, no-see-ums, chinch bugs, roaches, ticks, aphids. I mean, a bunch of different stuff. And if you use bifenthrin by itself, bifenthrin by itself is good, but if you mix a bit of this with it, it really becomes super effective because, again, the way this product works, insects cannot form a resistance to it, right? Whereas certain insecticides, over time, they can. With the Miramichi Green Pest Control, they can. And this stuff is it's non-toxic. So it's also, as far as like a safer method of controlling insects around the home, like some of the stuff you mentioned, like mosquitoes, that's a great option. Fleas, is a great option. And literally you can apply that stuff and kids could be out on the lawn like 2 minutes later. You know what I mean? Like literally it's not toxic at all. There's no issues, which you can't say that for insecticides like bifenthrin. So just depends on which way you want to go. But I appreciate the comment. Good stuff. Thank you for chiming in. All right, next up is Kyle Walker. Kyle says, "Hey Ron, I had some grub damage to finish off the lawn, to finish the year off last season. That stinks. Sorry to hear that. Should I go ahead and throw down a fungicide to start off this upcoming season? Oklahoma, common Bermuda." Okay, so you had grub damage. For grubs, Kyle, we're going to want to use an insecticide. The fungicide, we're kind of mixing the two of them up. Fungicide is for lawn fungus, so like lawn disease, so like large patch, summer patch, brown patch, Pythium. I mean, there's the fungicides treat those types of diseases, whereas grubs you're going to want to use an insecticide for. So what I would recommend as far as an insecticide that you could start early in the season, kind of like what you're wanting to do, is acelepryn. That's what I'm going to be using. You have a couple of options for that. So if we switch over here back to the Golf Course Lawn Store, you go up to our carefully created menu of shop and then insecticide, fungicide. You've got a couple of options here. For acelepryn, you can do either the liquid or the granular. I would depends on which way you want to go. They both cover the same amount. They both cover the same amount of coverage. So it's between the granular or the liquid product. The benefit of the liquid, if you want to go that route, is if you already have a backpack sprayer, you prefer to use liquids, and say you're going to be putting down like, I don't know, you're doing some kind of like some soil amendment. You're spraying fertilizer, or you're spraying like the carbon kit. You're spraying like a biosimilar or something, and you want to use the liquid. It allows you to do both of them at the same time. So you could use a acelepryn along with that and spray them both at the same time. Saves you time. If you're not someone that sprays a lot of, you're not spraying liquids, then the granular is a good option. It's just easy. All you need is a broadcast spreader to put it down. So just either way, you've got a choice between either one of these. Caravan also has insecticide in it. This is also a combination insecticide fungicide. This guy, though, you really want to wait until May timeframe to apply it. So if you're really worried about grubs, what I would do is use a acelepryn, your choice between the liquid or the granular, later on this month. So the second half of this month is when I would consider doing one of these two. And then for the fungicide, when May, June timeframe comes around, then go with something like Headway. So if you do a acelepryn, you're not going to need to use Caravan. But if you decide you want to use a fungicide, then Headway G is what I would say, because that's a combination fungicide. It's got azoxystrobin and propiconazole, two different fungicides, two different modes of action. So it's a very effective product for keeping lawn fungus, for getting rid of certain types of fungi, but also for suppressing or preventing certain fungus from developing in your lawn. So that's the best in class way of doing it is a acelepryn in late March, early April, and then Headway in May, June. So just depends on which way you want to go, but just want to make sure you were clear on that, because I know you said fungicide. I know you meant insecticide, but just anyone else reading this, just want to let them know that you'd use an insecticide to take care of grubs and armyworms, and a fungicide for lawn diseases. So great question. Hopefully that helps, sir. And again, we have all that stuff at the Golf Course Lawn Store. If you have any other questions, let me know, and we will do our best to visit it. Great stuff. Next up is Tim Jackson. Tim is saying he got my Swordman grooming attachment in today. 42 blades, half an inch apart. Looking forward to adding this to my schedule, probably twice a month. What are your thoughts? Santonio is hot again. So Texas. Fortune has shined on the state of Texas again, right? You guys were last week. All you guys were, oh man, we had a cold snap. It's all done. I'm not gonna get my grass green anymore. This is it. It's the end. I may as well just throw it up, finish. And now it's hot again. So good stuff. Good stuff. As far as grooming, the grooming attachment, I had to look at what the Swordman grooming attachment is. I've never used it. Is it a groomer or is it like a verticutter? I mean, I'm not sure if it's a. Because when I think of a groomer, I think of like really thin blades that are designed to like just lightly tickle the turf, like like what you should be using on a golf green. I think what Swordman has, isn't it like more of a verticutter, like a light verticutter attachment cartridge? If that's the case, I've never verticut my lawn twice a month to know what the results would be. I need, I need to see if I could get my hands on a verticutter, because I really like the results I got out of the one that I rented from Keystone. And I really like that billy goat. That thing's pretty sweet. So I got to see if I can find one, pick one up pre-owned somewhere, just to test it out this season. It'd be cool to see what difference it makes. So I say all that to say, Tim, is I can't answer your question because I've never done that. I don't think it was going to hurt things. It can only, from people that do what you're talking about, people that do either groom, or if they have longer grass, dethatch their lawns monthly. They seem to really like the results. I've just never done it to be able to say that, yeah, it's going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. So maybe something I can look into, see if I can pick something up, and I can add that to my program this season and report back to you guys. But yeah, I think it's going to be fine. But I can't. I can only go based on what I've seen from other people. I would not be speaking from experience if I told you that, yeah, you're going to have an awesome lawn if you groom it twice a month. So do it and find out. Do it and let us know. Report back and let us know how it works out in case I can't get my hands on a verticutter. Next up is Matt G. He says, hey, Ron, long time and hope you're doing well. I am. Kind of a stressful week, but I'm doing well now. He says, I was curious, how is your Flow Zone sprayer working out, and do you recommend the Cyclone version? Yeah, so the Flow Zone is working well. I mainly am using the Yard Mastery these days, but they're both excellent sprayers. They are both great sprayers. They both are holding up really, really well. The Cyclone. So here's the thing. I used the Cyclone when I was trying to get the Typhoon 2. It was out of stock, so I picked up a Cyclone and I used it literally like halfway through spraying out my lawn, and I returned. I took it back. I didn't like it because they may have improved it since then. So, and this is talking about the Cyclone a couple of years ago, but I thought it was worse as far as like pressure and flow rates than like the Chapin was. So and again, this is based on my experience with the Cyclone a couple of years ago. They may have improved them since then, and it's almost assuredly they have improved them. But based on what I have actually used, I would rank them as the Chapin. I would rank them as the Cyclone, then the Cyclone, then the Chapin, and then either one of the Typhoon 2 or the Yard Mastery sprayer. If you can get the Yard Mastery sprayer when it's in stock, which is not right now, that would be the best one because it's like $300 and it comes with everything. But the Typhoon 2 is a great sprayer as well too. Like those two are really, in my opinion, like best in class for what you're getting with them. And the Typhoon 2 has better padding than the Yard Mastery, but it kind of has to be that way because of the way the battery compartment works. So you're kind of splitting hairs with those two sprayers. The Cyclone I did not like, but it doesn't mean that the newer ones aren't better. So I'd have to get another one and try it out to be able to tell you for sure. Based on my experience, I like the Chapin more than I liked. I put it this way, I liked the performance of the Chapin better than the performance of the Cyclone. The Cyclone's construction is better. So the Cyclone's tank, the wand, like all of it is better. It's a more solidly built unit. But as far as like the flow rates and just the way it performed, the Chapin was better than the Cyclone for me a couple of years ago. So again, this is a couple of years ago, so they may have fixed it by now. But that's my thoughts on it. But you asked about the that's what you guys thought of the Cyclone. So I don't know, man. Get one, try it out, and see what you think. I can tell you will not be disappointed with either with the Typhoon sprayers, like the Typhoon or the Yard Master sprayer. Those are gonna be awesome. The Cyclone, for me, again, a couple of years ago, I did not care for it. So we shall see if the new ones are better. All right, the Phantom is back. It says, hey, Rod, I'm back at your channel. You are back. Is any suggestions on getting rid of those little onion sprouts that keep growing back in 2 days? Are you talking about wild onion? I think Amazaquin. I think Image will take care of that. There's probably other things too, but let me look. I think Image will do that, and this is something you can easily go out and find today if you want. I want to say it's labeled for wild onion. I think it is. I think it's on the label. Let us see. Let us see. Let's look at the label. Let's look at the label and see what it says. Yep, it sure is. So I'll pull it up here real quick and show you the Phantom. And right there. Yeah, so it is labeled for wild onion, wild garlic. Can you see that? Let me scroll in here really quick. See right there, wild onion, wild garlic. So this will work. It's going to be slower though. It's going to be slower acting than I'm not even sure what a foliar herbicide you could use for that would be. But this is an option that literally you can go out and pick up tomorrow. Go to your local big box store. It comes in both a ready-to-use version, like a ready-to-spray bottle version that you just attach to your hose end sprayer, and it also comes in a concentrate. So depending if you have a backpack sprayer, the concentrate is a better deal. If they get the RTU, then it's just easier. It depends which way you want to go, but that will do it. How fast it's going to work? It's going to be slow. It's going to be 10 to 14 days to start seeing any kind of results. So there is that. I can look into other options, but that's going to be a cost-effective way of taking care of that. Good question, man, and welcome back to the live stream. Glad that you are here. Tim Jackson is back. He says, glad I didn't do pre-emergent on my new sod late in December. Main line sprung a leak, and we had to cut a good chunk out, not fully rooted yet. Wow, cool. That's good to know, Tim. That's good to know that that you didn't you made the right call as far as that goes. Hey, what kind of sod was it? Was it Bermuda sod? Because it would have been interesting to see if if you had. I guess what I'm trying to say is my lawn got pre-emergent the spring after my lawn was sodded in December, and it did just fine. So it would have been cool to see once heat got here if the Bermuda would have just rooted in really nicely, and it would have been there would have been no issues either way. But yeah, in your case, it sounds like you did the right thing by not applying it. But now that it's fixed, is your plan just to wait until the fall to do pre-emergent, or are you still going to do something in the spring, maybe later spring? Be interesting to know what your plans are for that. Okay, next up is Tim Borski. I mean, all you guys are coming back. All the folks from last year that you guys are all back in the live stream. It says, been a while since I've been on the live stream, but I'm glad I'm back. You are. I'm glad to see you're back. It says pre-emergent is down and full scalp is soon. Texas is warming up. Very, very cool, Tim. I like it. Grasshopper Lawn Care is in the house saying happy Friday, Ron. What's going on, Grasshopper? And Yanisa Solis says, hey, Ron, this is my first time planting Bermuda grass. When is the best time to plant? I'm in Arizona. Okay, so what I would say, an easy way to go, Yesenia, is to, if you can get sod, like Bermuda is like several orders of magnitude easier to establish from sod than it is from seed, especially in Arizona, because the big thing is the water requirement. So it is, can you go Bermuda from seed? Yes, absolutely. You absolutely can do it. But it's going to mean keeping the soil, the ground moist for, if you use Arden 15 and the stars align and everything works out well, at least 2 weeks, and it could be 3 weeks. So what I'm trying to say is in Arizona, that means watering several times a day, which is going to be a pretty stiff watering bill, right? Versus just putting sod in, Bermuda sod, and watering it like normally, and it's going to be just fine. So if I had the choice, given where you are, I would highly recommend sod versus the seed. Sod you could do. I'm not sure what the temps are in Arizona, but once spring rolls around, sod you could probably do now if you wanted to be completely honest. You could do sod now if you wanted. If you wanted to wait till later this month, that's fine too. But sod, there's a lot more flexibility around when you put it in. Whereas with seed, you're going to want to wait until soil temps are in the mid 60s. So in Georgia, that's late April, early May timeframe. In Arizona, it's like probably now because it's hot there. But again, I'd really try and steer you towards sod. I think you're going to like the results better. It's going to be easier, and you're going to spend less money on water by going that route. So just something to consider. But to answer your question, sod you could likely do now. Seed when soil temps are 65 degrees or higher. Grasshopper Lawn Care in Georgia is up next and says that I applied coastal a couple of weeks and I have scalped my lawn yesterday. Nice, you guys are getting it done, man. Very, very cool stuff. And the nice thing about coastal, guys, we have to, I think wave goodbye to coastal. I believe it really was discontinued. I was told it was going to be, and if you check the links that I tell you guys, I've been giving you guys for it. The only thing available now is the 2.5 gallon coastal. So the 64 ounce, the smaller one, I think that's no more. I mean, you might be able to find local shops that have it, but as far as online, it's going to be going away from what I'm told. So if you have a 64 ounce, congrats, you got it. But yeah, good job getting it down. But if you guys try and buy it now, it's likely to be sold out, at least on the website that I was giving you guys the link for to go pick it up. To go pick that up. All right, next is Adam Carter. He says, hello, Ron. I had a soil test done by UGA, and they were saying for me to put down 3 pounds of 3400 during the growing season. When would you start putting that down? That's a lot of nitrogen, man. Whenever the grass is actively growing. So late March, early April, and I would go light. I would not, I don't think I would throw a 3400 unless it's a slow release that you're putting in. Unless you're going to do that, unless you're going to do that, if it's a slow release fertilizer, then you could do it all. You could do it all at once. But I mean, I would put that. I'd be careful with that. That's a lot of nitrogen to put out into the lawn all at one time. So yeah, with the answer is whenever the grass is actively growing, Adam, then is when I would go with it. Next is Ken Kong, related to King Kong, but he says, hey, I am inspired by your backyard and I'm excited to level my Bermuda lawn for the first time. Is there an indicator for the best time for doing this? Yeah, so it's kind of like the fertilizer question. When the grass is actively growing is the best time to do it. What I would say is, Ken, late April, early May is the time when I like to do the leveling work, mainly because that's when we still have, it's still springtime, so it's not crazy hot outside. Like doing it in the middle of the summer, we're still going to get plenty of rain, like free water to water the top dressing mix in to help it settle. So there's that, and the grass is in most cases normally growing fairly well in the April-May time frame. You can do it in April if you want as well too, but I mean, if you wait till May, it's going to recover faster. So really, what we're talking about as far as timing for top dressing, the later you wait, so if you wait till June, the lawn's going to recover very quickly because the grass is going to be actively growing. It's going to grow up really, really quickly. If you do it in April, May, it's going to be just fine. It's just going to take a little bit longer because the grass isn't growing as aggressively as yet. That time of the the growing season, but it's cooler out. It's less bad to do at that time of year. So kind of pick your poison, right? Pick which way you want to go. Let me write down here and get a couple of super chats. Got to make sure I get that. Got one here from Tim Jackson. Thanks so much, Tim. I appreciate you. This is Bermuda Tiff Sport. That's what you got. Very cool, Tim. And then I think I saw another one here from Patrick in Texas. Says, thanks, Patrick.
Received.
He says, when soil test results recommend a particular fertilizer, for example, triple 12, do you use that recommendation all summer long or just for your first application? It depends on how deficient the levels are. So for triple 12, here's what I would use a triple 12 for most of the season. If your phosphorus levels are very low, that's when I would do a triple 12 for several months. If you're just barely outside, like the optimal area for your phosphorus levels, I would do the triple 12 once, maybe 2 months, and then I would switch to something that's like a nitrogen potassium fertilizer. So I'm not a fan of just continually throwing phosphorus at the lawn when you don't necessarily need it. So it really depends on your soil test results, Patrick. So if they're really low, that might be your jam all season. If they are just, particularly phosphorus, if that one is just a little bit low, that's where 1 or 2 apps of the triple 12 is fine, and then you could switch to your choice of like X0X fertilizer. I'm going to recommend Humic Max of 1608, but whatever you decide to go with is going to be fine. So it depends on what the soil test results say is going to be the best way to know which way to go. So thanks for the question. Thanks for the super chat. And let me know if you need anything else. Actually, guys, that little poll that I gave earlier, I'm going back up to the comments, but I was asking about people, who goes around and spies on their neighbors' lawns. Put yes if you do, put no if you don't. And we've got Irving, yes. You got Cedric, yes, definitely. CEO, yes. I'm looking for a no, yes. So a whole lot of yeses. So what this means, guys, is what we do And Tim Jackson, yes, yes, yes. Next day, repeat. What this means, guys, is that we are normal. So if what this should help you realize is that even though sometimes your neighbors may look at you weird when you're always out there in your lawn, mowing, doing stuff, that you are normal. You are among friends. It's a safe space here. And what we do is completely fine. The little survey we just did proves that, right? We are completely doing the right thing. Okay, next is Robbie Marie. And it says, hey, Ron, Texas girl here. Been watching for a few weeks from 2 weeks now. Now back from the back of the room. I got my test results back this week. And you are the farther. I'm not sure what you're saying there. I think what you're saying is you were watching, like you were lurking before, and now you're saying, hey, I'm here. So first of all, welcome. Welcome to the world of lawn care craziness. We are happy to have you. And then your next comment is around St. Augustine. It says, my St. Augustine has been dying off for the last 2 years. Threw hundreds of dollars at it before I found you. My soil test results recommend a 15015 and Nutrizolve. I ordered both. Can I apply them at the same time? Yeah. So the 15015, if they're both liquids, yes, you can mix them and you can apply them at the same time. Any of the soil test results. So that when you get a soil test kit from the golf course lawn store, if you get any of those soil test kits from me, you'll notice the number, or the kit number is going to be RH, like Ron Henry. And what that means is the recommendations that are going to be there are going to be the ones that I worked with my soil to put together, given different scenarios. So, but we went through a bunch of if this, then that scenarios. So if your soil test results has an RH in it, then the results that I'm telling you, or what I'm recommending is what you should go with. And yes, you can mix them both at the same time, and you should be good to go. I'm interested to know what else is causing your St. Augustine to die off. The one thing I'd say, Robbie, is in addition to fertilizing based on your soil test results, which sounds like that's what you're gonna start doing, which is good, is also make sure that you're mowing a lot. Like that's gonna help promote healthy turf, like a lot like regular mowing. And if you've never service your mowing equipment, like your lawnmower, your rotary mower, make sure you put a sharp blade on it, like a fresh blade on it, to make sure you're cutting your St. Augustine with a sharp mower blade. That's something that people don't really think about. And you can be doing a lot of things right. And if your equipment is not sharp, in many ways you can be doing more harm than good in a worst case scenario. And in a best case scenario, you're not going to get the results that you're really after. You know what I mean? So hope that helps. And very cool on the pink brake caliper. I see you got your car customized. I dig it. I like it. So yeah, if you have any other questions, let me know. And welcome to the live stream. We got Eric Draper, guys. So Eric is in the live stream. Eric is also one of the Real Roller squad. So whenever you guys call, you will get either Eric or Andrew or Lee or Hayes. You get one of those 4 guys. And Eric is one of he's related to Andrew, and is one of the guys that you'll talk to. Really, really helpful guy. All of them are really funny. Again, Salt of the Earth guys, really helpful. So if you ever have questions about real mowers, particularly true cut mowers, definitely reach out to Real Rollers. They'll help you out because they're experts on true cut swordmen. Even though they're not really calorie swordmen anymore, they really are a true cut place. But if you have questions about mowers and how to get the best results out of them, just reach out to Real Rollers. They're always willing to help out. Good stuff. And then this is a question for Lee. I'm not sure if he answered it, but he says, Lee, Real Rollers, do you sharpen all California reels? How long does it take and what would it cost? Not a question for me. That's for Real Rollers. So I'm sure they've answered at some point later down. And then Spencer Bigham says, at Adam Carter, that amount is 1 pound of N per 1,000 square feet. Should be okay. What type of grass do you have? So he's talking about the 3400. The thing is, I'm a fan, Spencer, and it depends on which program you're doing. Like if you're doing the golf course lawn program, the Ron Henry program, where you're also incorporating biostimulants, you can really run Bermuda at less than a pound of nitrogen per month. Like I didn't put a pound of nitrogen in my lawn all year last year, not even close to that. Really, I was closer to 0.7, 0.8 at the most. Mainly because with the Release Zero, with the NutriKelp, with the other things that I'm doing, I just don't need to add that much to it, which is good. Really, you want to run as little N as you can to get a good result in the lawn because it doesn't cause a ton of extra growth. You're not going to have scalping problems. reduces the chances of fungus issues. So a pound of N, that is, I know that's traditional guidance, but there are ways to run your lawn at lower levels than that without really compromising how it looks, without compromising appearance. There's only really benefits to doing that. So just something to keep in mind. All right, next up is Derek Mills from Norfolk, Virginia. Here's the thing, guys. I used to get laughed at. So I have a buddy that lives in Norfolk. I used to call it Norfolk, because again, I'm from the Caribbean. So I'm like, oh, you live in Norfolk? He's like, it's Norfolk. I'm like, it's spelled with a folk on the end. He says, but yeah, it's not pronounced that way. It's Norfolk. I'm like, all right, whatever. So anytime I see that, I always remember him always telling me, hey, it's not Norfolk, it's Norfolk. All right, Norfolk, I just did it. Norfolk, Virginia. We'll be leaving for work for all mowing season. My wife will mow McLean 2,000 square feet. Already bought two yards of sand to top dress. Already scalped and will top dress in a week. I know you don't agree, but how do you think it will respond? It'll still be fine, Derek. So here's the thing. The reason why like top dressing now is not a great idea is because the grass is not actively growing. And if you get a big rain shower, like it's going to wash out and just make a big mess. So if you want to top dress now, again, not the ideal time. I would go light for doing it, and just know that the lawn is going to look like a parking lot. It's going to look like a beach for longer than had you waited, 6 weeks from now to do it. But if that's when you can do it, and that's the only time you have, I don't think you're going to get a negative result. It's just realize that it's going to take longer for the grass to grow through. Make sure you're in Virginia. You didn't say what kind of grass you have, but make sure that you go. Oh yeah, here you did say that's the look. So I have common Bermuda. Yeah, so Bermuda's gonna be absolutely fine. You're not gonna hurt Bermuda at all by doing it now. I would not recommend it, but by doing it now, that's the only time you have to do it. The only time you have, if I don't know if you're serving in the armed services or whatever, and you're gonna be out. If you are, thanks for your service. Just go into it knowing that one, go light, and then second, it is going to look like a parking lot for a lot longer than it would if you waited. But yeah, no worries. Bermuda is very, very hardy. You can't kill it even when you want to. So there is that. And yeah, Yenia, I think I already answered. I answered your question as far as that goes. And yeah, as far as doing the Bermuda, we already got you covered there. And let's see what our next question is. Next up we have is Dwayne Hopkins. He says, Ron, I appreciate you offer advice on what's best and not what's best for product sales. I feel like with other YouTubers just want to push product versus what you do by giving genuine advice. Yeah, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love it if you guys buy your products from the golf course lawn store. Like if you want to buy your Pre-Emergent, I love it if you guy support me and buy it there and your fertilizers there. But I'm not going to be someone that tells you that my way is the only way. It'd be incredibly egotistical, and I'd just be flat out wrong to tell you that my way is the only way to get good looking grass. It's a way that works very well. I think it's a great system that balances, minimizing inputs as far as like minimizing like nitrogen inputs while taking a more, I guess a more holistic approach, like creating better soil and as a byproduct getting really good grass out of it. So I think there's benefits to my process that other people don't necessarily embrace. But yeah, I'm not going to tell you something I'm not going to recommend something for you that's not going to make your lawn better. I mean, that's because one thing, if I did that, two things are going to happen. One, it's very short-lived because you're gonna eventually, if you don't get the result from the product, you're gonna be like, what the Hades, Ron told me this, and it was like, he just did this to make a sale, which I would not do that. And then second, you're never gonna trust me again. Anything I tell you, you're never gonna trust me again. So I mean, I don't have to buy, you don't have to buy everything from me. I genuinely do this. I mean, and hopefully that comes across. I know people say, oh, he recommends a lot of products and this, because I do have the golf course lawn, so it is a business. I am trying to grow it. But hopefully it comes across that I genuinely do this because I really do care about grass. I care about people having really awesome lawns. I do it because I love doing it. And if I offer the best product, what I think is the best product or a great product that's going to give you good results, I'm absolutely going to recommend that. If there's another product that you can use that's going to produce great results, I'm going to recommend that too. Ultimately, I want you to have a great looking lawn, because if I do that, then I build viewership, I build trust. Even if you don't get something from me now, you might eventually down the road, or you might never. But either way, it's still the right thing to do, right? So yeah, no problem, Dwayne. I appreciate that. I genuinely do appreciate it. So yeah, I do aim to give the best advice I can, even if it means getting something or buying something that I cannot offer or cannot have no way of making any money on. Because ultimately, I just want you guys to have awesome grass, because awesome grass is it's awesome, right? It's a point of pride. All right, next up is Eric. Eric says, "Hey Ron, I plan on putting out second app of Pre-Emergent Sunday. Can I put Magical also?" Yes. Jonathan Green says to start putting out pH balance in July, August. Weather warming now to put out Magical early. Yeah, you can apply it now. It's essentially lime. It's a lime. It's a lime and calcium product is what it is, Eric. So if your soil test results say that you need lime, you need to like raise. You can see what your pH is. If you need to raise your pH, then yes, you can use that product. You can use that product now. It's no, I mean, what they're saying is that if you were putting it out in like July, August, you're giving it plenty of time to work so that by springtime, you're going to see a lot of the benefits of it, but there's no harm in applying it now. So to answer your question, yes, you can do it now, and you can do it along with Pre-Emergent. The two are not linked or related in any way. You could do them same day if you wanted to. So great question. All right, next up is Dane Chansey. He says, "Hey friends, scalp today. New sod Bermuda. Hope it looks stripy soon. Yeah, it's got to get worse where it gets better sometimes, Dane. So, you're taking the hit now, but fear not. You're gonna be the one that's gonna be smiling when your lawn looks pretty awesome. Here in a little while. All right, Dwayne Hopkins says, "Hey, Real Rollers, do you technically need to have your mower sharpened if you backlap on a regular basis? Also, can you do a YouTube video with backlapping the McLean?" I'm not sure if they answered that, Dwayne, but here's the thing. I'll tell you, there are some places when you take your mower in to sharpen, all they're really doing is backlapping. So it depends. To answer your question, yeah, unless you've nicked the reel or done something along those lines, you can do a lot with backlapping. I don't do it because it's just kind of a pain in the neck. I have to take the mower apart to do it. And for the most part, if you get your mower freshened up at the beginning of the season and you're very, very religious about not cutting anything other than grass, or not twigs, not sticks, not pine straw, like nothing but grass, and you keep it clean, you keep the mower clean, you tend to be able to get by with a good sharpen in the beginning of the season. I don't know if they have a backlapping video on the McLean, but they have a baller video that they did here recently on True Cut. It's like literally one of the best videos I've seen on backlapping. Here's the thing. I like the video so much that I put it in my YouTube community feed. So I'm sure I can find it here really quick. Should be able to. I think I have the technology. Can I do that? Can we? Yep, I can do right here. So if you want to learn how to backlap a True Cut, which I'm not sure if you've seen that video, Dwayne, they did a really, really good job here. I'll actually drop that in the chat for you guys to check out. And frankly, the cinematography is really nice too. So I like that aspect of it. So Andrew, don't get a big head, but yeah, it's you guys did I really like the video. Like the little cues, someone that makes videos, a lot of cues in it that I really, really liked as far as just the way you guys shot it. So at Dwayne or anyone else is interested in backlapping video, if you have a True Cut, this video from Real Rollers is excellent. I'll also put it in the show description. So anyone that's watching this after the fact, it'll be in the description of this video as well, where you can see their backlapping video. It's a really good one. Really well done as far as how to do backlapping on a True Cut. All right, DK's question, he says, "Which is better, groove rollers or smooth rollers?" I am a fan of grooved. I've used both. And I like grooved. The benefits of a smooth roller is that if you have to maneuver the mower, it's a little bit easier because it's not quite biting in to the turf. Like the grooves kind of form like teeth that kind of bite in just a little bit. There's that. And if you talk to Real Rollers, they'll also tell you that for someone that's just starting out, if you're not mowing at lower heights, a smooth roller can work very well. But once you get to lower cutting heights, I'm a fan of using grooved rollers. I just am. And plus, you look at golf courses, you're only gonna find grooved rollers. I wish I'd saved this video, but there's actually a video that USGA did where they tested cutting greens with smooth rollers and grooved rollers, and they didn't change anything else. They did the same height of cut, and they checked the clip rate and just how the turf looked overall, and there were no negatives to the grooved roller. So that's probably why Toro offers grooved rollers on all their mowers, and John Deere says the same thing, and why on golf courses all you see really using are grooved rollers. So there's either way, DK. If it were me, I like the grooved roller. That's my take on it. So just depends on which way you want to go. But if the Real Rollers are here, they'll probably chime in and give you their thoughts. Will give you a better answer than I could on that question. Okay, Luis Castile Caliste has a question about image. He says, when using product image with a hose end sprayer. Why does it take so long for the chemicals to come out? And does the yard and chemical, it didn't move? Does it usually take a long time? Okay, yeah. So why does it take so long for it to come out? It shouldn't. It shouldn't. I mean, as long as you have decent pressure, it should come out as soon as you turn the little knob on the side of the bottle. As far as why it takes so long to work, it's just the way it's just a magic, just the way that particular herbicide works. So like Image works from the root zone, so it's slower working, it's slower acting than like a herbicide like Celsius or Certainty or any of the foliar herbicides. So that's just kind of par for the course for that type of herbicide. So it 10 to 14 days is about what you're going to have to wait to see results. And most people, depending on what you're treating and how bad it is, may have to do a follow-up app a few weeks later. So if it's taken a while to see results, that's completely normal. The product coming out of the hose and sprayer, without seeing it, it's hard to tell you what's going on there. But the only thing I can think of is your pressure is maybe not high enough. That's the only thing that can come to mind. The few times that I've used Image out of a hose and sprayer, it's worked fine for me. So, but I actually have pretty high pressure here. So that's the only thing I can think of, Louise. So hopefully that helps. Sorry, I can't think of anything else that would cause it to not flow well other than a pressure situation. But yeah, hopefully that's helpful to you. Next is Eric B. He's another question or comment. He says, I'm in North Carolina and the weather is 79-degree highs this Sunday. Same in Georgia. This is my pre-emergent and all fertilizer. My pre-emergent and all fertilizers are not effective if the soil is not balanced. The reason I asked this question of Magical with pre-emergent together. Okay, so pre-emergent will still work. Pre-emergent doesn't really matter. Like the soil, as long as it's not like concrete where it can be absorbed, pre-emergent is gonna be fine. Fertilizer works better when pH is in like for grass, because the optimal pH is different depending on what you're trying to grow, right? Like for certain fruits it needs to be higher or lower, but for grass, mid sixes is the generally considered the Goldilocks zone, the sweet spot. What that means is reason why Eric, why you want to optimize your pH for the mid sixes is once you get above like in the past 7.2 into the mid sevens and into the eights, the soil gets more alkaline, is nutrient availability, meaning say you put down a fertilizer that has iron in it, right? Or iron or zinc or manganese, any of those micronutrients, they are less available, meaning that the grass can't get to them when the soil pH is outside of that mid sixes. It's not available to the grass. In those cases, that's where you end up having to use foliar apps, like using sprays to get the soil, the nutrients, or the grass, the nutrients that it needs. And when the pH is low, same thing, same problem. You have certain nutrients that are less available. So to get the most out of your fertilizer, that's why optimizing pH to, again, for most grass types, it's like the mid sixes. Is where you want to be. For Bermuda, I think it's like 5, 8, up to as high as like 7.1, 7.2. So mid sixes is like the Goldilocks zone. But pre-emergent doesn't really matter. So pre-emergent pH doesn't really have a big effect on that. You want to apply that. But for fertilizer, you do ideally want your pH in the mid sixes to get the best out of it. Is it still going to work if your pH is a little bit low or a little bit high? Yes. Is it going to work better if it's in the mid sixes? Yes. So that's the whole reason behind soil testing. It gives you the data to know, like, as far as a long-term plan to improve things that take a while to change in your soil, like pH, like which inputs you should do to make sure that happens. So hopefully that helps. Great question. Next up is Dwayne Hopkins. He says, when replacing a new bed knife on either the McLean or California trimmer, do you need to sharpen or back up the reel to ensure they're making proper contact? That is a question for reel rollers. I am not sure on that one. I do not know. And then DK is another point too as well that Devin pointed out. It's a good one. DK groove rollers are way better. They reduce thatch and promote a tighter cut. That's another point as well. That groove rollers, they do, if you have like dried out leaves or anything like that, you literally have like almost like a fork that's breaking that kind of stuff up, breaking those things up. Whereas like a smooth roller just rolls over them. So that's another point I didn't mention as well, Devin. So thanks for that. That's a good one as far as thatch. And definitely when you start cutting shorter, smooth rollers are the way to go. With my True Cut, I ran it for many years with a grooved roller, and I ran it with a smooth roller. I got a grooved roller from Real Rollers, and I didn't think it might be all right, might make a little bit of a difference. And the difference was very noticeable by going from a smooth to grooved. So I definitely agree with you, Devin, that it is better. Okay. Yeah, they're pretty good. Grasshopper, the Arnold Palmer, the lemonade and tea. Okay, next up is King Connie says, do you know where I can rent a verticutter in Fayetteville, North Carolina? I do not. Just look for any places that rent lawn equipment. So if they rent like top dressing machines or aerators, they may also have a verticutter, or they may also have it listed as like a slit seater. Sometimes they'll call like a slit seater a verticutter, because really that billy goat essentially is like a verticutter. It's like a slit seater it's a verticutter with a basket on the front. I didn't use it to seed, obviously, but look for a slit seater or verticutter. Either one of those should work well for what you're trying to do. But I don't have any guidance in Fayetteville on where you can find one, but you should be able to find something. Just look for a rental place that does aerators. If they don't carry one, they should be able to point you in the right direction. And then P. Kizzle says, thank you for the link on the groomer. Yeah, I plan on cutting at 0.4 inches, if not possibly lower. You gotta send me a picture of that lawn, man, because I'll tell you, I tried half an inch last year and it about did me in. Like, cause in the middle, like half inch, well, it wasn't a half inch, it was like 0.45. So I was at 0.45 last year, and that sounds really cool until summertime hits and you're out there mowing every morning, like literally every morning at 6:30, you're waking up to cut grass before work. And because that's what it takes to keep it looking nice at that height. 0.4 is going to be interesting. So in mind you, this is even with plant growth regulator. I was religious about my PGR apps, and it was still required, everyday mowing in the summer months to keep the lawn looking good. So send me pictures, P Kizzle. I want to see how it looks for sure. But just realize you're biting off a lot of work with that one. But it's going to look pretty awesome, I'm sure. I mean, my lawn looks really nice at that height. Color wasn't as good, but the look was really nice. All right, next up is Dalen Krause. It says, hey, Ron, I'm looking forward to Fridays. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. It says, what is your plan for fungus control? Last year, I had 2 big dead patches, just like you, and I plan to put down Headway. Just wondering if 2 apps would be best and when. So if it's spring dead spot, you're kind of out of luck. You really want to target or treat for spring dead spot in the fall, Dalen. If it's large patch, which I had last year, which is not fun, then Headway is a great option for that, because you have, again, the 2 different active ingredients in it, the propiconazole and azoxystrobin. It's an all-in-one product. Just one product, 2 active ingredients. It's a great product. That is what I would go with. I am likely going to do, because I had large patch last year, I'm likely going to do Headway in April again, even though normally I would have waited till May to do it. Because I had large patch in April last year, just to be safe, I'm gonna do a Headway app at a lighter rate in April, and then another in May. So I'm gonna do 2 apps, but that's in my situation, because I have like a historical reason why I want to do that, why I'm doing it a little bit early than is really ideal. If you have not had issues with fungus in your lawn, and you're using it strictly as a preventative, and you want to do 2 apps, then May, June makes a lot of sense. That's what I would aim for if you don't have any kind of historical issues with fungus in your lawn, or a little bit earlier in the season. In my case, I do, like last year. So April, I'll be doing Headway, and then again in May, another Headway app. So if you want to see, we have that again in stock here at the Golf Course Lawn Store. But right here, if you go to move my face out of the way to go to the link that's right there on the screen, and then shop, and then insecticide, fungicide, and then right there, top row, rightmost one is Headway G. This is what I'm going to be using, is what I'd recommend as far as a fungicide for your lawn. Good stuff. That's what I'm going to be doing. Okay, next up is in that from Nolans. It says, in that parish, is it time for Pre-Emergent in Louisiana? Yes, it is time for Pre-Emergent in Louisiana. It was time for Pre-Emergent like last week, so absolutely, it is time for Pre-Emergent. If you are, I did a video on it already. If you've not seen that, in that parish, we have them in stock at the Golf Course Lawn Store. If you don't feel like shopping around and having to go and find things, I've carefully prepared a link for you here that you can use to go take your option of of pre-emergence. So if you want easy, you want the easiest way, go with a granular. We carry prodiamine and dithiopyr on that link I just showed you. But if you want better value for money, meaning you can get like more apps out of it, and you'd buy it once, you probably won't need to buy any again for a couple of years. You can get the pre-emergent in a water dispersible granule in a tub, but that is more work, and you do need a backpack sprayer to apply it. But you got all the options there. There are videos in the descriptions of all those products, so you can look at that and say, hey, does this process seem like something I can easily do, or should I go for the granular because it's going to be easier? So got you covered. And the answer to your question is absolutely yes. You do want to do pre-emergent now. A bit early is better than a bit late when it comes to pre-emergent. Okay, so thanks, James. So you're saying, yeah, it's a new style that cuts from 1 inch to 4 inches. The Max Reel Mower combines advanced technology with superior ergonomics to deliver best-in-class cutting performance. Inset wheels enable ultra-close edge cuts. Read like I'm spoken like a marketer. Very, very nice. Very cool, James. Thanks for letting me know the difference between them. All right, David Castillo says carbon or kelp for drought. Both. I would do both. David, there's no reason. I mean, kelp is like kelp or seaweed extract products are helpful for that. Granular carbon also helpful for that. So I would do both. It's not an either or. I would do both of them. I have done both of them. Like I do both of them. Like I do Essential G, which is carbon in a granular, and then I also do a liquid micronized carbon, and I do kelp. So I do both. So the answer is yes. Yes to both. We got the Lawn Whisperer in the house. Hey man, congrats on breaking ground, Lawn Whisperer. I saw on your Instagram that you guys are breaking ground in the new house. Congrats on that. Yay for that. And thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream, man. And for any of you guys also like cool season content, check out the Lawn Whisperer. Check out Justin's content. He does a really good job, and overall also a very, very nice guy. So check out his content, give him some love and support. And the Real Rollers is up next. Shoot, my Zoysia may never recover. Oh yeah, I don't know, man. We're gonna have to see that rye overseed. We'll see. It's gonna be an interesting experiment. We'll see how it pops back. All right, and then Johnny Bizzle says, "Are your shirts available for purchase? I want to represent our community everywhere I go." Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They are available for purchase. They are actually probably easier for me to show you. So if you go to the youtube.com, can I do this live? I think so. Yep. So if you go to youtube.com and /Ron Henry, so just like that, youtube.com/Ron Henry, it will take you here. And once you are here, you're going to see home, videos, playlist, community, but then you'll also see store. And if you click on the store, there's where you will see our stripe action t-shirts. The one that I am actually wearing now, these are available on the store. Like that's this one in this is the black version of it, but they come in different options. You got the hoodies. You have this one, which you got just a plain stripe action t-shirt, which I think is kind of cool. You got this guy here, and you got the hat. You get the hat. So it depends which way you want to go. Even though it shows these colors, several colors are available once you dig into it and you start digging around. So you can get shirts, hoodies, stickers, all of that here. And we also got the ladies covered too. We have a unisex shirt as well. So if you feel like representing with some Ron Henry merch, we've got you covered there on the channel. Just simply go to, again, youtube.com/Ron Henry, and then there's the store link right here that will take you to all that stuff where you can buy it right off of there. So I appreciate that, Johnny. Thanks for the support. And definitely, once you get your merch, take a picture and send it to me. I'll show it off in the live stream if you want. So again, appreciate the love and support. Okay, guys, so I'm not going to put the questions up where you guys are talking to Real Rollers because they're answering. So I'm not ignoring you, but you guys are like having a sidebar. So I am not going to put those up. All right, next up is Brandon Renfro. He's back. He says 20,000 square feet of Bermuda. Bless your heart, boy. That's a lot. That's a lot of work. He says, I bought an older 25-inch California trimmer and Honda and cut twice a week. I want 3/4 of an inch this year. Would it be worth upgrading to a true cut or maybe find a used Jacobson fairway mower? Man, I would. 25,000 square feet's a lot. Like, it takes me an hour to cut my lawn And that's right around 11,000 square. It was 12,000 square feet. Like, cause some of it got taken out by the new fence that went in. But figure an hour to cut 11 to 12,000 square feet thereabouts, right? So it's going to be at least that, probably around double that for 20,000 square feet. I'd imagine. So figure 2 hours. That's a lot to push. That's a lot to push about twice a week. If you can swing it, a fairway mower would be way nicer. Now it is going to be more expensive. The maintenance is going to be a bit more expensive, but I think you're going to like life a lot better. And you're going to be a lot more likely to get out there and mow it if you have a fairway mower, because at 3/4 of an inch, you're on that twice per week lifestyle. You're on that twice per week program. And that's a lot to push mow, you know? So if you can find a Jacobson or, a Toro or whatever else, whatever you can find in a fairway mower, like a gang reel setup, that's good. That's what I would go with if you are planning to reel mow all 20,000 square feet. If that's your goal, you're going to want something better than a push mower to do that. Next up is Ricky A. He says, I have a 20-inch California trimmer and I'm looking to get the reel rollers. Okay, this is a real roller question, but I'll talk about it anyway. He says, I'll be the second year of Bermuda celebration. What roller would you recommend to me? Buying a smooth roller or a grooved roller? So reel roller, I'm sure, answered the question. And there we go. And then reel rollers is going to say, smooth if you have a trimmer. Don't be mad at me. I'm mad at you, but it's okay. No, again, take Lee's advice. And so if you guys are having your sidebar, and if grooved is or smooth is what he's saying to go with on the trimmer. I have no experience with a California trimmer or not a lot of experience anyway, as far as actually how they cut with a smooth or grooved roller. But my true cut, I do like my grooved. All right. But so there you go. So thanks for that, Reel Rollers. Appreciate you hanging out and answering those questions. Next, Dean Dong is back. He says, hey, Ron, I'm in Northeast Georgia. Do you know where I can rent a top dresser? I do. I actually do. I know a guy. He says, I'm getting too old to be slinging sand over 12,000 square feet. Yeah, I wouldn't do that, man. Don't manually top dress 12,000 square feet. So Keystone Rental in Duluth, Georgia. They are off of, I think it's 120. They're off of 120. So the easiest way to get to them is to go down Peachtree Industrial forever. And then there's going to be a quick trip at 120 and Peachtree Industrial, turn right, and they're going to be on the right, like less than a mile down the road. They have a package where they have a trailer, a aerator, a dingo, and a top dressing machine. So you have the aerator, they have the entire thing. All you need is a way to tow it to get it home. And that's what I would recommend. Like if you see what we did in this video here on top dressing last year, this is that program, that package is what we used. So that absolutely is what I would go with. It's a way better way of getting your lawn looking great versus top dressing 12,000 square. I would not top dress 12,000 square feet manually. That's a recipe for pain, man. But yeah, if you want to see what I'm talking about, I'm trying to find the video here really quick. And there it is. Yep. So I'll put this video in the chat for you. If you want to see everything you get with that package, it's worth doing. It's worth the money because you will get a better result. It'll be done faster, and you need that equipment anyway to really do that, to do a job that level quickly. So and just to get a good result, 12,000 square feet is not fun to do manually. And I would get help even if you're doing it yourself with this other equipment. Get help anyway. So at Dean, and there is the video, the leveling video you'll be able to see all the equipment in use. And again, Keystone Rental, like Google Keystone Rental Duluth, and that's they'll be able to take care of you. Just ask for Dan when you call. Tell him Ron sent you. He'll probably charge you double if you do that. But no, I'm just kidding. Just tell him I sent you, and he'll take care of you. They're a really good set of guys. Okay, looking for the next question while I take a sip of my lemonade. All right. And guys, if you guys have not given a like to the channel or to the video so far, please do so. It's free for you guys to use. Great way to support the channel. And I would really appreciate it. All right. Next up is Jay Clark CFHS. I guess it's something high school, track and field, saying hello and looking forward to the 2022 season. Awesome. Glad that you're hanging out, Jay Clark. Appreciate you. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the support. And as regards to when you're dealing with your lawn and your neighbor's lawn, I could not say it better myself. He says it's not a competition, but really, it's a competition, right? So that's truer words have never been spoken. C Hill. Next, we have Travis Winston. He says, "Happy Friday, Ron and Golf Course Lawn Squad. Ready for a warm weekend. Hey, Ron, how often do you get your reel sharpened?" I try to only do it once per season, Travis. Last year, I did it twice. I did it the beginning of the season, like right now, and then I did it after top dressing. So I got a little bit of sand into the reel. I lowered the height of cut a little bit sooner than I should have, and because of that, I got it freshened up again mid-season. So if you are not top dressing or you're not being impatient like me and trying to get your height of cut back down low quickly, you should be able to get by with just one sharpen. But if your budget can handle it, and if you can do it twice, like do one now and do all your mowing, and then maybe end of June, so before 4th of July, have it all freshened up, nicely sharpened, so you can get that nice cut for 4th of July weekend. Not a bad plan too, but most cases once per season is enough. And that's my goal for this year, is to only have to do it one time. Because one, the mower has to go down when I do that, right? It has to be gone for at least a couple of days when that happens. And depending on how busy they are, it might be a week and a half, and that's not good for the stripe action. That's not good for that, right? And next up, we got Adrian saying, "Yeah, big time. Yes, I'm scouting. I'm scouting tomorrow. You guys are something else, man." All right. Tim Borky says, "Yes, I'm usually the one dominating. Helps. I live on the corner, so everyone drives by when they leave the subdivisions. They can all see the standard that they have to measure up to." That's what you're saying, Tim? All right. And then Joe Rangel says, "Yeah, he lives down the street, has the same first name. We both have the same address but different street names, and we get each other's mail at least once a month. So good reason to spy." Okay, I could see that. I could see that. And then Fairway Bermuda says, "Hey Ron, I help my neighbors out a lot just to have competition." So you say, "Hey, put this up on your lawn and cut more so we can I have someone to measure up against," which is cool. Very nice. All right, next question we have here is from Mark. He says, "Sup man, sup Mark?" And his question is, "How much does your Green Master struggle when scalping the lawn?" That's a good question. I've never actually scalped with my Green Master, so I can't say for sure. I tend to do the true cut, first, and then when I use when I put the Greens Master on it, it was already mostly cleaned up, so I wasn't doing the heavy lifting with it, and it handled it just fine. So it's not going to be as good as the true cut. I think you're more likely to have like the belt slipping, or the mower just is not gonna cut as well for scalping as something like a true cut. The true cut's like a tank, man. Literally, you drop the height of cut and just go to town. It's not gonna. It's just more for that type of work. It's a better tool than the Greens Master. I'm trying to think if I didn't really scalp with it, but I imagine it's going to struggle more than a true cut will. If you're doing that, Mark, and you're running into issues where it's like stopping or it's binding up, all that tells you is you just need to bite off a little bit, take off a little smaller bite off. So you'd raise it up a little bit, do that cut, do that like that scalp, get that material out, and then slowly work your way down. This is why, again, I'm kind of a fan of the pre-scalp program, kind of breaking your scalp up into several sessions, because then you don't have to, in a case like you, where you have a Greens Master, if your mower can't go down to really low in one setting, it gives you time to do that. But I can't tell you for sure. Other than I am certain it's not as good as the true cut. So hopefully that helps. Next up is Cool Cat says, "I just purchased Arden 15 and I just applied pre-emergent. Will this harm the germination process?" Yes, it will. And you're saying, when do I seed? If you're still going to go forward with trying to seed, when soil temps are 65 degrees or higher. So if you were my neighbor, you lived in Northeast Georgia, that looks like late April, early May timeframe. That is, if you're going to try it, that's when you would go about doing that. But if you've done pre-emergent, just realize that you're not going to get as good a result than if you don't do pre-emergent. So just something to keep in mind. Pre-emergent is going to negatively affect the results that you get as far as germination. And then we have Donna Hill says, "Tool Barn has the flow zone for a decent price with free shipping." So there you go. So check out Tool Barn, see if they've got it. If they got it at a better price, go there and pick one up. Because what I've been seeing is like low threes, like 330 something, low threes, something like that. And then you need the other accoutrement to make it good to go, make it equivalent to the Yard Mastery. So if Tool Barn's got it cheaper, go get it there. Okay, next up is from Fairway Bermuda. He says, "Hey Ron, what's the difference between the My Soil and the Yard Mastery soil test kits? I've seen you do a low overlay on all your tests. They're the same. The technology is the same. They're the same test. So Yard Mastery is like the My Soil test that has been that they've labeled for them. It's their branded version of it, but the technology is the same. The results will be the same. So if you took a lawn and you tested it with the Yard Mastery one, or you tested it with the My Soil one, the results are going to be identical. They're going to be the same thing. Good question. Next up is Scott R. He says, another question is the Petra 4000D, $2,200 4-gallon backpack sprayer. 2 years, no complaints. I had to buy some higher rate fan tips for my walking speed, but the sprayer's solid. So there you go. That's another option that's not going to break the bank as far as the Petra. So thanks for that, Scott. Appreciate that. There's a newer one they're supposed to be releasing, but I don't know if that ever came out. It's like the 4500 or something, but I never saw it, or I don't know if it's out as yet to know. So so there you go. Another option. And Flippin' Simon says, I'm in Texas, and thanks, my mower is Ego. Very, very good to know, Flippin'. And then Fernie is up next and says, hey, Ron, I'm a bit late to the live, but I made it. You did. He says, will pre-emergent cause Bermuda to not spread and fill in bare spots? No, not really. Again, just apply it at the rate that is applied at label rate. Don't go crazy heavy on the rate. So as long as you apply the product per label, you're going to be just fine. Bermuda is very, very aggressive. It's not gonna have problems spreading, even with pre-emergent on it. So it shouldn't be an issue there. What will help the Bermuda to spread and fill in is your mowing. So if you're out there mowing a couple times a week, that's going to encourage more lateral growth in the lawn. So just do that, and you shouldn't have a problem with the bare spots filling in, especially once the heat gets here. Once we get into later spring, summer, or early summer heat, Bermuda is going to take off, and your lawn should thicken up really nicely if you're keeping up with your mowing. Next is Tim Jackson. He says, I'm overseeding my back lawn during leveling. Plan was to use PGR to control what's there, but I need to go heavy in some areas. Not sure if I need to put seed to sod using verticutter or after sand. Okay. I'm not sure what the question is. So I guess you're saying if you are, so if you're seeding, if you're planting the seed, when would you do that in the process? I would do it after the sand goes down. I would not put the seed down and then put like sand over it, because I don't know what kind of seed. I don't know what kind of seed you're using either. You didn't say. Either way, it's the same answer. If you're doing like a cool season lawn, you're trying to thicken it up, or if you're seeding a warm season lawn, like you're doing it, I guess, from scratch, or in this case, sounds like you're overseeding it. Doing it after the sand goes down is the best bet, because those grass seeds are so small, they really don't need to be buried very deeply. You don't need to get them you don't need like an inch of material on top of them for them to germinate and grow in nicely. So I would do it after the leveling mix is on the lawn, if that's your question. I think that's what you're asking, Tim. Next up is Kevin Down. He says, can I get it on Amazon? I'm not sure, Kevin. Can you get one on Amazon? If you revisit it, I'll let you know. There we go. And then you said, Brad says, link to the product I just held up. Which one? Which one? I'm not sure which one we're talking about. If you're talking about the soil test kit, they are here. If you're talking about Primo Max, the PGR, this is not on the Golf Course Lawn Store as yet. If you want to get it now anyway, you can get it from Do My Own. I can give you a link for that if you want to do that. But I don't have a link. I don't have a link on the Golf Course Lawn Store to that as yet. So I'm not sure what you're asking for, but I will put. I'll put one in the chat. I think it's the PGR that's what you're asking me for. So that is what we will do. I'll give you that one. But again, here in a week or so or two, once I can actually get it in, you will be able to get this wrong camera on the Golf Course Lawn Store. But if you want to get it now, Brad, here is a link for you. Here's a link for you. Let me see, at Brad. See Brad Johnson, and there we go. Boom. Yep. For Plant Goes Regular. If it's not PGR that you are asking about, let me know and I'll revisit it. Everything else other than this, go back to this one. Everything else other than this product that I've been talking about tonight, as far as Essential G, the fungicides, the soil test kits, all of those are available at the Golf Course Launcher. There's actually a link that's pinned to the top of the chat. If you look at the very top of the chat, that will take you there. But so let me know what you were talking about in case I didn't address your question, Brad. Next is let's see. Next is Dantra114. He says, "Hello, Ron. Cypress, Texas here. I used to use bifenthrin T until I found out about acelepryn a few years ago from a buddy of mine in the UK. Acelepryn G is so much easier, in my opinion. Never looked back." That's what I'm saying, man. It's bifenthrin. I'm not trying to throw shit out of bifenthrin. It's a good product, but like better than having a product to kill the bugs or kill the grubs or the armyworms is to not have them in the first place. And acelepryn is good at doing both. Like if you have an active armyworm infestation, it will kill active armyworms that are in your lawn and grubs. If you apply it like I'm suggesting to you guys, like this month, middle of this month to later in the month, then you won't have a problem with armyworms or grubs. So I am totally with you on that. It's a great product. It's less toxic than a lot of the other insecticides. It's not going to hurt bees or pollinators. So again, as far as being a more environmentally conscious product, it's better in that regard too. So there's not really any negative to it. So I am with you. I don't have no plans to switch to anything else. Okay, Louis says, how many square feet does the liquid acelepryn cover? 21,000, Louis, depending on the rate you go with. You can go from, I think it's 11,000 all the way up to 21,000 square feet. The rate that I recommend applying it, which gives you a fairly good coverage and good control of a broad range of insects, has you getting about 14,000 square feet of coverage out of either the granular or the liquid. So just to be clear, between these two guys, right here, between these two, the coverage is going to be identical. So whether you decide to go with the granular or the liquid, same coverage out of both products. It's just a matter of if you are someone that one prefers to spray, and you say you're going to be spraying anyway, like you do like your liquids, your soil amendments, your biostimulants or something like that, and you just want to do a acelepryn at the same time, like middle of this month, then liquids are nice from that standpoint because you can just do it all at once. If you're someone that doesn't want to, that likes granulars, then go with the granular. Then because granular is easy. This is easy mode. The granular is easier in the sense that you just do your spreader calibration and you apply it and you're done. The liquid is, you want to make sure you have a backpack sprayer that is properly calibrated, that you know what your walking pace needs to be, so that you are applying it at the correct rate over the correct area. You see what I'm saying? So that's the only thing with liquid. If you're comfortable spraying products, then the liquid is an easy way to go. So either way, they both are going to work just as well. It's really just personal preference. Great question, Luis. Let me know if you need anything else. Next up is Etienne Raka says, hi, Ron. Would it be just as effective to mix Image and Prodiamine in a 1 quart hose end sprayer and cover 1,000 square feet at a time? Yeah, I don't know that I would do that because with Image, you'd be okay because it's diluted at a rate that allows you to do that. I don't know that you can really predict that. I don't know what the dilution rate would be for Prodiamine out of a hose end sprayer. So that's the part of it that I would be concerned about. So the Image, yes, no problems with that. The Prodiamine, I am, if I had to guess, I imagine you're likely to end up going probably more than likely too heavy if you were to do that. So I would follow the label. Follow the label as far as what the recommendations are for methods of applying it, and just do that. Yeah, I've not really heard of Prodiamine being applied via a hose end sprayer. Maybe it's a thing, but I've never seen it. I've never seen that done. Probably for good reason. So if it were me, Ed and Raka, what I would do is do your Prodiamine, whether it be a granular or water dispersible granule, your choice, and then come back with Image and the hose end sprayer. If you are using the water dispersible granule, then the nice thing is you can mix them together then. So if you're using a backpack sprayer to apply your Pre-Emergent, you can mix image along with your pre-emergent and put them down at the same time. But in that case, you know exactly, again, you know that you're covering 4,000 square feet with a full 4-gallon backpack sprayer. You've measured out how much prodiamine you're putting down. You've measured out how much image you're putting down, and you're applying the product at the correct rate. In a hose end sprayer, the application is a lot coarser, so that's probably why there's not really a way to do that. At least not that I've ever heard of. So no, I would not do that. I wouldn't put prodiamine out in a hose end sprayer unless the prodiamine you have has a calibration for that, and I've not seen one. Okay, next up is Javad Raymond says liquid aeration versus mechanical comparable. They're different. So liquid aeration, like when I think of liquid aeration, I think of products that have kind of like NutriCup. That's a good example. Something that has that increases microbial activity, that helps break down thatch, those types of things. But it's not a replacement for hollow tine aeration. So are there benefits to liquid aeration, to liquid products that help reduce thatch and help improve microbial activity in the soil to help break down the thatch layer? Yes. But do they relieve compaction in the way that like a mechanical aerator will? No, not a chance. No. I mean, there are people that won't tell you that, but no. I mean, I'll put it this way, like golf courses are, if you look at the way they run their programs, right? They use hollow tine aeration as a way to relieve compaction, and it helps promote overall soil health. If they could spray a product if they just put something in a sprayer and spray it, and it was as good as hollow tine aeration, I assure you they would do it, because there's a lot less expensive, a lot less headache than having to get out there with a core aerator and pull cores all the time. So I'm not saying that there's benefits to both. It's not an either or. They're complementary, but I would not say that liquid aeration takes the place of mechanical hollow tine aeration. So they for breaking up compaction, mechanical all day long. For reducing thatch and just overall improving the quality of the microbial activity, and then by extension the quality of the soil. Yeah, absolutely. The liquid products have a lot of benefits there, but they're not the two. One cannot replace the other. I say they're like I said before, they're complementary. I wouldn't say that you use one in place of another. So hopefully that helps, Javid. So just do both, and then you're going to be covered, right? Tukester says, I'm in Texas and I'm going to be pre-scalping at 1.5 inches tomorrow. Nice. Congrats, sir. Enjoy it. Have a fun time with that. It's going to be a lot of work, but your lawn will like you for it. Next up is Mazama Blue. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Thumbs up, everyone. Any performance or pro difference between Heritage and Scott's Disease X to warrant the price difference? Both have a Shoxostrobin 0.31. I've never used Scott's Disease X. You're saying if they have the same amount of active ingredient? I don't know. I mean, the carriers, I'm certain the carriers that that Syngenta is using are better than, or higher quality than what Scott's is using. Is it enough to warrant the price difference? I don't know. I've never used Scott's Disease X to know how much of a price difference there is between the products. But it's I don't know. If the active ingredients is the same amount, and you want to give Scott's an option, then go for it. Especially if it's the same amount of active ingredients. So it just depends on which way you want to go. One thing I've gotten is some people have talked about acelepryn, right? Because the active ingredient in it is chlorantraniliprole, and they said, oh, well, there's other products that have chlorantraniliprole in it. But if you look, the amount of active ingredient in those products is not as much as is in acelepryn. So the long and short of the answer, Mazama, is yeah, you could probably use Scott's Disease X, but even with it having the same amount of active ingredient, is it going to be as good a product? I mean, it could be, but I would be inclined to say no. Like in most things in life, you tend to get what you pay for. So it just depends on what the price difference is. If it's a huge difference, I haven't priced Disease X or Heritage lately, because I don't really use Heritage. I use just Headway. If it's a huge price difference, maybe give Disease X a shot and see how it does. If it's close, like by close I mean if it's within $20, I would just go with Heritage. I just go with the name with that one if it were me. So hopefully that helps. But yeah, that's all I can give you on that one, because I've not used the Scott's product to know how well it works. Next is Jeffrey Robinson. He says, Ron, I spent about $700 on products today. Okay, you're getting ready, I guess. You say you're just waiting For the Yard Master, I think you're saying the backpack sprayer. For the Yard Master sprayer to be all available, I'm all in, man. Ready to see some results this year. 1 acre in Milton. It's gonna take some money. It's gonna get money. Yeah, it's gonna take a lot to take care of an acre. And so at $700, you're probably not done for this season as far as spend for an acre, because that's a lot of property to treat, depending on what you're doing, depending on how hardcore you're going about it. But yeah, $700 it sounds like the entry price for this season as far as what you're going to be spending to take care of an acre of property. But yeah, you're going to enjoy it. You're going to have fun too. Should be a great time. Let's see. What did you do? You said you did Carbon Pro G and Caravan G mainly for grub control. Primo Max 4 ounce. Celsius and Certainty Surfactant Blue Laser. I'm all in and ready to see results. Very cool, man. So you got your granular, you got your carbon covered. You have your fungicide and insecticides covered. You've got your plant growth regulator covered. You got Celsius and Certainty. So for your post-emergent herbicide. So yeah, you are set. You're good to go. Once you get your soil test done, all you got to do is figure out what fertilizer you want to run, and away you go. Away you go. Next up is Tuxer says, have you seen a fertilizer price increase this year? Yes, I certainly have. And it's reflected. You notice in the store, all the prices of all the fertilizers have gone up. So there is a price increase in fertilizer. That's why, like last year when we were running the special, like a lot of you guys took advantage of it, which was good. And there's nothing that says that prices won't go up again. You know what I mean? So if you've already done a soil test or what fertilizer you want to run, I would get it now. Fertilizer doesn't really go bad. You can get what you need for the season now. Keep it somewhere dry, and then you're not having to worry about it if and when there's a price increase, a month or two from now. So just something to keep in mind. It's not just fertilizer, other products as well too. Or certain herbicides are more expensive to come across now as well too. They're scarce, and when you find them, they're more expensive. Like Cibazine is a good example. Right now, it's a little more difficult to find. Okay, what other questions do we have? No Name is saying, yeah, Jeffrey Robinson, I live in Woodstock, right on the edge of Millage, Canton. This year is going to be a great season. Look at this, guys. And confidence is high. You guys are like battle buddies in lawn care. I like it. All right, next is Ernest from Marietta. He says, hello, Ron. Thanks for consistently having this community for us. I try my best. He says, I recently cleared my front lawn. Is it a good plan to plant fescue now for cover and Arden 15 when the temps grow up? It's your choice. You're not going to be doing, so it sounds like you're doing a renovation, which is good. That's a good way to go about it. So really, you're not going to be doing Arden until late April, early May. So let's just say May to be safe, right? May is when the time frame is going to open for Bermuda seeding if that's the way you want to go. So we're beginning of March. Is it worth it to you to go do fescue and have it around for 2 months, knowing that you're going to want to kill it off? You're going to have to get rid of it in mid-April. So like April, 15th, you're going to be out there spraying out the fescue to get rid of it, to kill it. So in preparation for the Arden. It sounds, I don't know. It depends on you. I mean, if it's a smaller lawn, you didn't say how big your lawn is. If it's a smaller lawn, or you just want the experience, you just want an experience of establishing fescue, and then getting rid of it and doing Arden. If you just want the practice and it's just fun for you, go for it. Some people might say it's too much work, but just realize that you are going to have to get rid of the fescue if you want to get the best possible result with your seeding project with the Arden 15s. That's the only consideration I'd make. And it's going to be May timeframe, late April, early May timeframe for the Arden. So just something to keep in mind as far as your decision making process on that. All right, next up is Archie. Archie Amos says, evening. Sorry, I'm late. Hey, Archie, how's it going, sir? Hopefully the products, I know we were talking here recently, the products and everything, I think there should be to you soon. I know there's one thing that was outlying that hopefully gets there to you soon. I think tomorrow is when it's slated to drop. He's like, got all the products ordered and I'm ready to get down. Thanks for your assistance from Lake Wiley, South Carolina. Very, very much, sir. I appreciate the support. As always, if you need any help, let me know. Okay, and at Ernest, yeah, so No Name is chiming in here. At Ernest is saying, yeah, not sure how much time you think you'll have in between, but remember, they'll be competing for nutrients and will probably slow down your growth of Bermuda. So that's what I'm saying. So that seems like a lot of work to me for only, again, 6 to 8 weeks. Say 8 weeks. We'll be generous. Say 8 weeks. Seems like a lot of work for 8 weeks, but it just depends. At the same time, I don't know what your lawn looks like now. If it's a bare lawn, it's a bare lot, you may not want to stare at that for 8 weeks, and I get that, So just know that if you're trying to get the best result with your seeding of Arden, you're gonna want to get rid of the fescue. Okay, next is he says Eric B says, my wife's from Anguilla. Dude, from Anguilla. Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I remember Anguilla is, it's not, how far is Anguilla from Statia? It is like, so if you're drawing it on a map, so Statia, the island I grew up on, would be like right, I don't know why I can't remember this, would be like right here, which no one's ever heard of, St. Eustatius. St. Martin would be like right here, and Anguilla would be like right here. So they're St. Martin and Anguilla are actually pretty close to each other. And I agree with you, like the best beaches of the Caribbean, in my opinion, are in Anguilla. Like awesome, like incredible beaches, like the best beaches you'll ever see. Really, really cool beaches. All right, back to your questions. So you said best insecticide for cool season grass in April and fungicide in June. You want granular. I know I mentioned before, but I missed that part. Yes. So what I would do, Eric, we'll revisit this again, is to go with the products from Syngenta. So you want granular. So later on this month, so like in a couple of weeks, I would get Acelepryn. This is what I would be using. I'd be applying this on the lawn. That's going to cover you for all season for your insect control. So grubs, armyworms, bluegrass weevils, anything like that. It's going to take care of all that. When May rolls around, you want to start putting down a preventative fungicide. That's when you would go with Headway. So you are going to get two things. You're going to get Acelepryn and Headway. This one, Acelepryn, you're going to apply again in a couple of weeks from now, and then Headway you're going to wait till May timeframe to apply, and then you'll be good to go as far as insect control and fungus control from a preventative standpoint. The only way I would change the timing around the Headway G application is if you've had fungus problems earlier in the season. So like say in April last year, you had like large patch like I did, right? In that case, I might bias the fungicide application a little bit earlier in the season. But if that you've never dealt with that and you're just strictly doing it as a preventative, May, June timeframe is a time to do that. So hopefully that helps. If you have any other questions, let me know. And as you know, they're all in stock at the Golf Course Lawn Store. You can pick them up and order them today. Next up is I'm gonna butcher your name. Yonatan Yadisi says, is it too late to put weed killer for Poania if I'm planning to overseed in the spring? I have Bermuda. So as far as a pre-emergent for Poania, yes, like that ship is sailed. You really want to have done that in the fall. And as far as killing it, yes, you still can get rid of it. There's a couple of options. There's a product called Certainty. Certainty is very good against Poania. That will work well. There's Negate, but again, I don't really recommend that for home lawns for most people. But Certainty is a good option if you want to get rid of POA relatively quickly in Bermuda. And using Certainty will not influence or as far as your ability to put seed on or to seed a Bermuda lawn or anything like that, it's not going to negatively impact that. So what I will do is I will give you a link to it. You can check it out if you decide to go that route. Here's the thing: the POA is going to go away here soon as well. I mean, it looks kind of ugly now, but it's eventually going to die off when it gets hotter. So it's kind of your call whether or not you also want to put the time and money into getting rid of it at this point. What I would say is, even if you go this route and you use Certainty this time of year or Negate this time of year, if you decide you want to do that, in the fall, definitely plan to do a fall pre-emergent. So do a fall pre-emergent. That's going to prevent POA from being an issue in the spring, or it's going to severely reduce the problem of POA being an issue in the spring. And then it's not, you don't have to worry about it. Now, then you'll just be putting down a pre-emergent now to prevent like spurge and crabgrass and those types of things. So you should be applying a pre-emergent now, but that is going to and that's more to target warm season weeds like crabgrass and spurge. You're talking about overseeding, so I'm not sure. Again, not sure what you're trying to accomplish. If you're like doing a renovation, like you're burning down your entire lawn and you're going to seed it from scratch. But if you are going to be putting down any kind of grass seed for whatever reason, pre-emergent now is going to negatively affect the results you get with that. So if you decide that seeding is your goal, if that's the thing you're going for, realize that you are going to have more weeds in your lawn during the spring and summer because you haven't put down a spring pre-emergent. Now, on the other side, if you decide that I'm going to do spring and pre-emergent, which is kind of what I would lean towards doing, then your seeding project is not going to work as well. So just depends on what your primary goal is for the season determines the course of action that's best for you. But yeah, I put the link in the description there for you. Take a look at that. If I can help with anything else, let me know. Okay, and next up, I'm seeing what other questions we have, guys. You guys are slowing down. We have Jared J saying, "Hey Ron, I plan to overseed my common Bermuda with RN15 this year. Can I do that and level the lawn with sand at the same time?" I don't know that I would. I don't know that I would. Can you do it? Yes. Would I do that? I don't think I would. Because I don't know how those two are going to look together. Like Tifway 419 and Arden look fairly good together. I can look at them and I can see a slight difference. I mean, most people don't see it, but I mean, grass, like lawn nerds and me, because I look at it all the time, I can see a slight difference between the two of them. With common Bermuda, because it's so different to hybrids, I think you probably would see a fairly big difference between the two of them. So, I wouldn't recommend that. I've never seen Arden 15 and common Bermuda together. It might look great, but I've never seen that done to say that doing that is going to be good. I might just stick with the common and just cut it shorter and just work on trying to make it as good as you can get it. If you want to overseed, if you want to try it out, and this is gonna make it like a multi-year process, is I'd pick an area of your lawn, like pick a small area somewhere, and just see that one area. Just do it in a small area and see how it looks. Because with Arden 15, given good conditions, within 2 to 3 weeks, it's going to start growing in. You're going to start seeing it, and you'll be able to say from a texture standpoint, from a color standpoint, how do they look? Are there major differences between them? And you can kind of decide at that point. The one thing I would say that I would expect is that the growth rates between them was probably going to be slightly different as well too. So that's something else you want to keep in mind. So overall, wouldn't recommend it. And if you want to try it, if you want to do that, pick a small area, ideally somewhere that's not like the middle of the front of your lawn, to do as a control, to test it out and see how it looks and say, that looks decent, I could deal with that. Or no, I hate the way that looks, I can just kill it off and get rid of it. So that's how I would approach something like that, considering that I don't have any direct experience in what you're talking about there. So hopefully that helps. Tread slowly, and then definitely, if you decide to go forward with it, let us know. Take pictures, report in, and then we'll all know. Hopefully that helps. All right. Next is Asher George says, "Good evening, Ron. How do you think RPR would do in California? I'm about an hour east of California. What is RPR? Is that a seed type? I think it is. I think it's a grass. I think it's a seed type. Let me look here. Yeah, I think it's a type of grass seed. I don't know. So regenerative perennial rye grass, if that's what you're talking about. I don't know, Asher. I am not an expert on cool season grass. I'd say this: if you decide you're going to do RPR, make sure whatever grass type you're going to do, assuming that's a perennial rye grass, if other people in your area are growing that type of grass, then it should be fine. So in other words, if you're trying to do perennial rye grass and there are other people in your area that are also growing perennial rye grass, like that's a common grass in that area, then sure, it should be fine. But if you are trying to be an outlier, like there's a guy, there's a viewer, I forget his name, he's in the live stream sometime, that has zoysia and he lives in like New Jersey, like that is not the ideal place to grow zoysia. It can be done, but it's not the ideal place to grow zoysia grass. So, I without knowing that area, I would say look at what people in your area are growing, and just, unless you're just trying to be an outlier or do something different, choose a grass type that thrives and does well in that part of the country. So hopefully that helps, and Definitely chime in the live stream at some point and let us know what you decided to go with, what you decided to do. Okay, and then here we go. Dalvin, Larry's chiming in. King Khan Home Depot in Fayetteville has a slit seeder. So there you go. There's your verticutter problem that has been solved, because most slit seeders, you simply just don't use the slit seeder functionality of it, and you can use it to verticut. So Dalvin has got you covered. All right, next up is John Gotch. He says, "Thanks for reading my first soil test results. You're very, very welcome, sir. No problem. Happy to do it." He says, "I will definitely be investing in your recommendation on Humic Max. Thanks again from Lafayette, Louisiana." So good job, John. I think you're going to really like the results you get with that fertilizer. It's a really good product. So thanks for sending me the results and for all the support. Next up is Joy DT Texas. He says, Milorganite after a month of overseeding, yes or no? Yeah. I see no reason not to do that. You could do it at the same time as overseeding if you want, because you figure that, again, assuming you're not putting down another fertilizer at the same time as your seed project, Milorganite's a relatively slow release fertilizer. So it's not like if you put it down right when you're seeding, it's going to cause a flush of growth or anything like that. So yeah, you can do it a month after, you can do it the same day as you're seeding. Either way is going to be fine. So I would say just look at what you're currently doing as far as fertilization. And if the time is correct for you to fertilize your lawn and Milorganite's what you want to use, then go for it. Next is Corey Binion. He's saying Bermuda grass is thin under a tree. I cut the tree down, but applied pre-emergent a week ago. How long to wait before planting grass or sod? I mean, you can try it anyway, Corey. Here's what I would do. And again, if I could do it all over again on tree removal, if you want to ensure the grass is going to match as perfectly as possible, don't do either of those things. Don't do seed and don't do sod. Get a plugger, get it like a pro plugger, and plug the area that used to have where the tree used to be. That way you are guaranteed that the grass that grows in is going to match your existing lawn. Because in my lawn, I had the base grass is like a Tifway 419. I've had Tifway 419 sod put in, and it doesn't match. Like it's supposed to be Tifway 419, but it doesn't look the same as what the house came with, right? So if you are, it just depends on you. If it's not going to bug you, then you can do sod if you want. But if you want things to match, and you want to look like that area never even had a tree, like it was always just been that way, it's an extension of the lawn, then plugging is going to be your best bet. And you can try that now if you want. It's not really any harm in doing that. I mean, the pre-emergent might slow it down from spreading out a little bit, but when you plug, you're pulling out the root zone along with it as well too. So it should do all right. I would imagine that plugging it, you should be just fine. It might be a little bit slower, but it should still fill in pretty nicely. So that would be my recommendation as far as replacing the grass in an area where a tree used to be, if you want to ensure that you get the best match possible. And you're willing to be patient, because the one thing with plugging, kind of like with seed, is that it takes a while to grow in and fill in. So that's the one negative, but long term, I think you're going to be happier with the result. All right. Next up here, we says Kevin D. Jones says reel rollers assortment is out of business with all the strife in Russia. Should I stick with USA reel mowers? You guys are the epitome of customer service. Thank God I live in Georgia for your service. I'm not sure what they answered, but I will tell you, like I have used both mowers. I mean, granted, here's the thing: I am partial towards True Cut, so I want to go and just lay that out there now. I actually own a True Cut. The build quality of a True Cut versus that of a Swordman is not comparable. Like the Swordman does cut well; it's a good mower. It's a good cutting mower. But as far as a mower that's going to last a really long time and just built like a tank, you can't beat the True Cut is a much better built mower in my opinion. Now, the positives of the Swordman is that you have like that interchangeable cartridge system, so that means a lot to you. Then maybe you can consider that. But to your point, it's going to be hard to get parts here if they're cut off from being able to ship parts or do anything like that. Then yeah, that's another reason to buy America, right? So if it were me, I would get a True Cut if it were me. But it's kind of your call. It's your call, Kevin, as far as which way you wanna go. All right, guys, we are winding down. Let me see here. We have another question from Ignacio. We said, advice for Xeon Zoysia, Central Texas. Installed on Christmas weekend 2021, so relatively new, okay. Use PGR the first year. Yeah, you can if you want. Xeon likes lower NPK inputs. I've read soil test shows good pH and needs a lower 101. So it's pretty much your levels are in good shape. You don't need fertilizers, what I'm hearing. Rotary mower. Yes, you can use PGR the first year, no problem. And yeah, 101. Just yeah, you're gonna be. I mean, you could use something like this if you wanted. So like NutriKelp. I mean, this is it's a 114, so it has like a scotch of phosphorus in it. But you're not gonna you don't have very heavy fertilization requirements based on what you're showing here in the soil test results. So if you can, you're gonna have kind of trouble finding a 101, but again, if you want a fertilizer that meets those requirements, other than having 1% phosphorus, and that also has biostimulants and 24% kelp, NutriKelp is a great option for your zoysia. It sounds like your soil is already in great shape though, and yes. Plant growth regulator will be just fine. Just make sure you follow the label, follow the rates. For zoysia, I want to say it's the same thing as Bermuda. 1/4 of an ounce per 1,000 square feet is all you're going to need. I can double check that really quick for you just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that is correct. That it's 1/4 of an ounce. Let's see here. Give me 1 second because I want to make sure I give you good advice, Ignacio, because I know zoysia is slow to grow, and Lord knows that if we get it. If we go too heavy, it's going to be like next year before it recovers, right? So let's make sure we get our rates right. So zoysia, yes, it is correct. So 0.25. So it's the same thing as Bermuda. 0.25, 1/4 of an ounce per 1,000 square feet. The way I do it is I mix it with 1 gallon of water, and that's going to give you a good result. So congrats on getting a soil test done, and congrats on not having to do a whole lot this year other than just mow your lawn and enjoy it. Good stuff.
Super chat received.
Good stuff. And then we got here, Rad Pit says he only reads the super chats. No, I read yours. I read the super chats too. So what I do is I prioritize the super chats, Rad. So if someone gives me a super chat, kind of like Semper G, I'll scroll down and get those. But I go through every question in the live stream. Everyone that leaves a question or comment, I will go through those and answer them. It's just that if someone leaves me a super chat, I will go down and they take priority because they're paying, they're also contributing to the channel, right? So it's fair that I go down and get their question or their comment first. So yeah. All right. Next, let me look at the super chat from Semper G7. Thanks, sir.
Super chat
He says,
received.
just got a house in Southwest Florida. Lawn is bahia grass and is full of weeds and is currently dormant. Post-emergent, pre-emergent, overseed in the spring, or just let the rain take care of it. Great content. Pre-emergent, yes, absolutely. You should get your pre-emergent. For post-emergent for bahia grass. What is it for bahia grass? I'm not. Semper, if you don't mind, give me. I'm trying to think of what you can use. I know you can't use Celsius. I'm trying to think of what will work for, but say for bahia. If you don't mind, I want to get you an answer as far as a post-emergent. Send me an email if you don't mind. So Ron at Golf Course Lawn, just say, hey, Ron, this is Semper, the guy whose question you couldn't answer as far as post-emergents during the live stream on bahia, and I will get an answer for you and write you back. But for pre-emergent, yes, get your pre-emergent down. I would get that down now. Because I mean, I don't where Southwest Florida is, the temperature's already hot there. I would get it down now so you don't have so you get control or prevent the spring and summer weeds from becoming even worse. Overseeding in the spring, no, you don't need to overseed bahia grass. No need to do that. We need to get the weeds under control and just start mowing it regularly. That's going to help it improve. And then a post-emergent herbicide. Again, if you email me, I will find one for you and send you an answer. So your plan of action, something you can do now, is get a pre-emergent. If you don't have one, don't have a preference on one, we have them at the Golf Course Lawn Store. Just go in there, go to the shop menu and look at like weed killer, the weed control. An easy option is to go with prodiamine or dithiopyr, one of those two. Prodiamine is a little bit cheaper. Dithiopyr has a better reach back as far as being able to kill crabgrass or kill young crabgrass, so that might be a better option for you. So yeah, get that down now, like sooner than later. I will do research and get you an answer as far as post-emergent, and then overseeding. The answer is no. I would not do that. I would just once you put your pre-emergent down and your post-emergent, then let's just start mowing the lawn regularly. Twice per week is going to do a lot to help the bahia grass thicken up. And then now when we hit the weeds with a post-emergent, that's going to smack them, going to knock them back, it's going to weaken them, it's going to allow the bahia grass to grow in and do better. Have it take over as the dominant grass in the lawn. The only other thing you could do is if you've not gotten a soil test done, do that, because then we're going to be able to know what kind of fertilizer is going to be the best fit for your particular soil. The one that I recommend is the one from My Soil. They're on sale now in the Golf Course Lawn Store. If you use the discount code StartSpringRight, like all together at checkout, that will save you 10% off of any of their soil test kits. And I'll just make it easy for you. I'll put it in the chat now. But that's it. But the one thing I'd say a hard no to is on the overseeding of the Bahia. I would not do that. Pre-emergent, post-emergent, yes. Mowing, definitely yes. And soil test, yes. So email me if you want, and I'll get an answer for you. So I appreciate the super chat and the support. And congrats on the new place and the new lawn. And it'll get better, man. Just realize that it's a process for getting weeds under control. They didn't get there overnight, and they won't be gone overnight. But if you just make steps in the right direction, eventually things are going to get better. Just takes consistency. All right, next up is Paco Greaves. He says, "What's up? What's going on, Paco? Hopefully you're doing all right." And he says, "Do you know any other ways to determine what variety of Bermuda grass I might have? Is there a test to determine the variety?" There probably is. I'm just not aware of one that we could easily do. What you might do is check your extension office, or just look at different Bermuda grass types and see if, just by looking at it, if visually your grass looks like the one you're seeing in the picture. If you have sod, it's more than likely Tifway 419, because that's like the builder sod they use around here. So it's more than likely Tifway, especially if it's a newer house and it's builder sod. If it's a new house, what you might also do, and you have access to the builder, you can ask them who they subcontracted with to install the lawn, and they should be able to tell you what kind of grass it is. As far as an easy way to know without having someone tell you what they installed, or just comparing pictures, I don't have a good way to let you know, Ryan. But more than likely, if it's a sod, if it was installed by a sod in a newer house, more than likely it's a hybrid of some sort, more than likely Tifway 419. So hopefully that helps. Next up is Randy Verlarde. Says, "What happens if you over-apply pre-emergent to Bermuda?" You can damage the ability for roots to tack down as the stolons are spreading. You can negatively affect that. That's probably the worst thing that's going to come out of it. And it's just no reason to over apply. So with Bermuda, you're kind of unlikely to kill it, depending on how much of a rate we're talking about from an over application standpoint. I've never heard of anybody killing the Bermuda lawn from over applying pre-emergent. But the thing you might see is that you'll see runners that will spread, and they'll just kind of lay on the lawn like a wet noodle. They won't actually tack down well. So that's something you might see as a sign of over applying pre-emergent in Bermuda. So I would highly recommend not to do it. Don't over apply pre-emergent. Next up, okay, so P Kizzle, the soil test code is, I just put in the chat again. It's start spring right at checkout. So when you go to the golf course lawn store, add your soil test kits, whatever else you want from My Soil there. If you want to get your Celeprint now and your Headway now is also a great time to do that as well. But the discount applies to the My Soil products. And again, it's only for a few more days here, so take advantage of it, because once it's gone, it's gone. I had to talk to My Soil and get special permission to even do it. So yeah, you should be seeing this B Kizzle. I just posted it in the chat, but it's there now. Look in the chat and you should see it there. Let's see, Derwin Palakak, oh man, I'm messing up your name, says, "Hey Ron, can you recommend a school to learn more about turf grass and maybe get certified?" That's a great question, and we could probably run that by Devin when he comes on the live stream next time. There's a lot of different schools that have programs. Like UGA has a really good program. I think Alabama has a good program, but really you should go to UGA, because Georgia, we're not as good at football as they are. We're better this year, but Georgia's we're a cooler school than Alabama is. So for that reason, you should go to Georgia. But as far as just most places, most schools, if they have an ag program, you can go there and you can go through training. It depends on what you're looking to do. Like, are you trying to just get your applicator's license? Like that's different than getting formal training or a degree like in turf grass. So it depends on what you're after. But any of the universities can do that. And again, that's a good question to Take a screenshot of that. Good question for Devin. Next time we have him on, what he would recommend as far as someone that wants to pursue a career in that. It's a good one. We will revisit that one, Derwin. Okay, next, No Name says, hey, Ron, I would love to see a soil plug of your lawn since you've been using the carbon products for a significant amount of time, perhaps a short video this week. Mine is pure red clay. Actually, I can show you what it looks like. So it's not a plug, but you can see a big chunk of it come out. You can see this video when I had some sprinklers replaced. It's pretty cool to see. So if I can find it here, whenever the nice folks came out to replace sprinkler heads for me. Yep. So right here, get shareable link. Look at this video, No Name. Let's see a sprinkler video with soil core in it. So if you look at this, you'll be able to see what my soil looks like. So look at, you can see the video of him doing the replacement of the head near the patio, but then the one out near the middle of the lawn, check that one out as well. But pretty much what you're going to see is there's probably, I don't know, 6 to 8 inches of really, really, really rich organic material. Like it's really dark black. And then you can see the other material, like which is what the lawn came with. So you can see how over time, like all the carbon has really made a big difference in the quality of the soil. That's actually a great picture. I should get a screenshot of that and post and put that up. But I'll work on that. I'll take a screenshot of that out of the video and show that to you guys. But it's very apparent when I started the program of really improving the soil versus what the soil looked like before. Check a look at that video. You'll be able to see for yourself what it looks like. It's very apparent. It's not, you have to guess and see when it like how far down it goes. So good question. That's a good one. That's a good to do for me as far as something to add also to maybe like an essential G product description or something. Okay, and then Picasso says, yeah, it makes a huge difference. I've used Carbon Pro G for 2 years, or I've used Carbon for 2 years now, and I got a nice 1 to 2 inch layer of darker soil. So there you go. But yes, and that's what you will see in that video that I just linked in the chat. Because remember, I've been putting it down heavy. I mean, there's maybe a few people that have been applying it heavier than I have, but I go heavy with the carbon, especially the first year. It was a lot. I was putting down 6-7 bags at a time on my lawn when really I could have done like 2 or 3. So I was going very heavy, and the soil in that video shows that. It reflects that. So check it out. You guys can see for yourself. If you want to say, hey, does carbon make a difference to your soil, how it looks? That video is proof of that, what you can expect to see. Okay, and you guys all, I think you're good to go on the code Pikizzle. Let's see. So you should be good for that. And then and let's see. Thanks, Brad. Says great content. You're very, very welcome, Rad Pitt. Are you related to Brad? You guys cousins? I see what you did there. But yeah, check that out. And as far as the discount code KPizzle, and you should be good. All right. Next is Dan Kennitz says, hey, Ron, question. But first, thanks for the great content. And first of all, you are very welcome, sir. Thank you for watching. I appreciate the support. It says, from Tampa, can you recommend a decent lawn with common wild Bermuda? Any tips for treatment differing from hybrid Bermuda breeds? So can you get a decent lawn with hybrid Bermuda? Yes, you can get a decent lawn with any grass type. Really, yes. So I mean, with common is the question. Can common look good? Yes. Like I've had viewers that have sent me pictures of common Bermuda lawns. I don't think I have one in here, and they've looked nice. I was looking at one. I was going through cleaning up here earlier. I thought someone sent me a common Bermuda, but no, I don't have one. But to answer your question, yes, common Bermuda can look nice. It can look nice. It really comes down to you like mowing it well, mowing it frequently, feeding it properly, kind of like hybrids, kind of like any grass type, right? Can you mow it as short as the hybrids and still have it look nice? Not really. It's not gonna like being cut like, say, at half an inch, like a Tifway 419 or an Arden 15 would like that. But as far as making it look good, you absolutely can do it. You can still use plant growth regulator on common Bermuda. You can still use micronutrients like the carbon kit on common Bermuda. You can do, I mean, everything is the same with the exception of mowing heights. I wouldn't go quite as low on common as you can with hybrid. So it can still look great with regular mowing. It can still look good. Don't be like, oh, I got a common Bermuda lawn, my lawn's gonna look crappy. That's just not the case. A lot of it comes down to your mowing practices, kind of like with other grass types, and then just feeding it, making sure you're giving it a good environment to grow. So yeah, hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps as far as you feeling encouraged that even though you got common Bermuda, you can still have a great looking lawn. Absolutely can still have a great looking lawn. All right, and then Jared J says, yes, Ron, do you have a calendar with what to put out and when available to purchase? So I have two. So I have the one that's in the course. It's in the Golf Course Lawn Academy. So if you go here, in the course has a calendar that has rates and is more detailed calendar. So again, just to show you, you can get it at golfcourselawn.com, but we also have it at the store. If you go here, the very first product on the store is the Golf Course Lawn Academy, which within that program, in addition to a calendar, you get a discount on certain products, on Miramichi Green products in the Golf Course Lawn store. You get access to the Facebook group. You get more direct access as far as questions and priority, as far as getting questions answered. There's that. And that detailed calendar is in the course. So you have to buy that. It's a one-time thing to be able to get that. If you're like, no, I don't want to do that, for whatever reason, I just want, I still want to buy the course, then I do have my blog, which you guys should visit. I did a great, a new blog post here. You guys should check that out on eliminating grubs and armyworms and billbugs. It's a post about a cellar print and white. So awesome. But check that out if you haven't seen it. But in this carefully prepared blog post on the step-by-step guide for getting a golf course lawn, if you click on that, and this is free, you scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll. At the very bottom, there is a month-by-month breakdown. It tells you how I would do things as far as doing a soil test, when to do pre-emergent, which fertilizer to use, when I would do your insecticides, when I would do your when I would start introducing Essential G and when to do that. All of that stuff. So everything is in here. Again, it's just more detail in the course. So if this is good enough for you, if you can work with this, then again, go to the Golf Course Lawn store, go to the blog and check out that post on how to get a golf course lawn. Again, it's free and it's a great way to learn about, my process, or a high level look at my process. But if you feel like supporting me, supporting the channel, and getting the detailed calendar, as well as a bunch of other benefits, like the calendar is just one small part of it, then sign up for the course. It's only one time and you get a host of other benefits, again, at the Golf Course Lawn store. So hopefully that helps, Jared. Let me know which way you decide to go either way. And I appreciate the support. All right, Lawn Pusher is here. Says 2022 season is here. Time to push that lawn to the limit. Have a great night, folks. Have a good night, Lawn Pusher. Thanks for hanging out. Everyone's starting to wind down. We're still at 108 people at almost 4 hours. You guys are hardcore. I was saying in my last video, Captain Hardcore. That's you guys. Y'all are all Captain Hardcore. You're certified. You're certified after tonight. All right, and I'm looking for my next question. I already answered that one question for you, Ryan, as far as determining the grass type you have. There's not really an easy answer, so hopefully that was useful. Next is Donna. Oh, this is a good one. Donna says, seeing some Toro Flexes online with a 14 blade reel, but also seeing that a 14 might be too many blades if I'm wanting to mow at 3/4 of an inch to an inch. Thoughts? I agree with that. So I have an 11 blade. So they do an 8, an 11, and a 14, I believe. I have an 11 blade. And I will tell you that if you miss a couple of days of mowing and the grass starts to get a bit thick, even the 11 blade is going to have some trouble with cutting. So, if you are mowing a lot, like a lot, very, very frequently, could a 14 blade work at 3/4 of an inch? Yeah. But it's not ideal. Really, you want to be in an 8 blade. If you're at 3/4 of an inch or higher, an 8 blade reel is the ideal reel to go with for a Toro, for a Greensmaster. The 11 blade, the one I have, is like in between, which is just good for heights of 1/4 of an inch up to around 3/4 of an inch. That's where that reel, where it shines. So really in the 0.6, the half inch range, that's where you really want to be when you're using the 11 blade, the one that I have. The 14 blade reel is really designed for cutting greens. So if you're not at greens heights, which you're not going to be on your lawn, if you get a really good deal on it, if it's like a smoking deal, you might do it, but just know that at some point you're probably going to want to change that reel out for an 8 blade, and that's not inexpensive. You could be looking at, depending on who does it, you can look at like $1,000 to do that, between changing the reel and the bearings and everything else that goes along with it, all the labor and everything that goes involved in doing that. So it just depends, Donna, on whether you want to give that a shot or not. I mean, again, if you're getting a really, really, really good deal on that 14 blade, you could try it, but just know that you're going to be one of these people that if you're using a 14 blade, you're going to be cutting often. You're not going to be able to cut once a week. Even twice a week at 3/4 of an inch to an inch is probably not going to be enough. And just to be completely frank, what you're trying to do, an 8 blade is a better choice. Like an 8 blade is a correct tool for the job. Could you make a 14 blade work? I mean, you could try it, but a 14 blade is designed for, its happy place is 1/4 of an inch or shorter. And you're at like 3/4 of an inch to an inch. So we're completely on the other sides of the spectrum as what that reel is designed to cut. I might just keep shopping around, because changing the reel out is not inexpensive. It's not an inexpensive thing to do. So hopefully that helps. Again, if you find one that's like $500, it's a crazy good deal, to where you changing out the reel is not a deal breaker, then you could go for that. But if you're paying $1,500, $2,000 for this mower, get one that's going to be set up for what you're trying to do as far as the cutting heights you want to run. Great stuff. Thanks for the question. It's a good one, and hopefully I saved you some headache there as far as getting the wrong reel type for your lawn goals. All right, Eric Leon is up with a pre-emergent question. He says, would you wait an entire season before applying pre-emergent on newly sodded Celebration Bermuda in December 21? I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I would put down pre-emergent now on Bermuda. Any other grass type, I would wait, but Bermuda, I would not. I would not wait an entire year to do pre-emergent on it. I wouldn't. I would want to keep weeds out of the lawn, especially a newly sodded lawn. Where the Bermuda isn't really tight and it hasn't really established dominance yet, where you can't really rely on it being super dense to keep weeds away. A pre-emergent is something I would do. What you could do, Eric, we could split it. We could split the difference, right? So instead of going like at a heavier rate on your pre-emergent, what you could do is go lighter if you want, just to feel a little bit better. If you're afraid of maybe some root clubbing or anything like that. Go lighter on the rate, which is going to give you some benefit as far as keeping weeds away, and is also going to reduce the chances that it does any kind of does anything negative to the celebration. It's highly unlikely to, but if you just want to bias more on the lighter rate, you could do that if you just want to sleep better at night. But Bermuda again is the only grass type that I'd say, you don't need to go definitely not a year before doing pre-emergent on it. All right, Tim Jackson is saying, I have 11 bags of carbonized PN on standby to mix with 4 yards of sand to top dress my Bermuda. We aren't as lucky to get the Soul 3 mix. LOL. Yeah, man. But I mean, that's pretty awesome. So I tell you what, carbonized PN is, as far as the greenest, it was like a crazy green. The greenest my lawn has ever been was with carbonized PN on the front lawn. I mean, it was insane with how, actually, I can show you guys, because actually I liked it so much, I put it in the product description of carbonized PN. So we go to the golf course lawn store, look at carbonized PN, and then we go to here, we scroll over. See that picture there? That is the lawn. That is not like pushing a bunch of nitrogen or a bunch of micronutrients. That is carbonized PN after the lawn recovers. So you can see here, this is like a couple of days, a couple of days afterwards, after it's worked in and got a heavy rain. And then this is like a week or so later, almost 10 days later, this is what it looked like. Look at that color. I mean, that's gorgeous. And that is from that product. So it's really, really good. You're really going to like the results you get from top dressing with it. It's a great product. So yeah, I think you're really gonna like the results you get. I don't envy the amount of work you're about to do as far as manually mixing 4 yards of sand with that, but it's as far as a good mix goes, it's tough to beat that. It's tough to beat that. All right, next up is Dwayne Hopkins. He says, what spray tip is recommended with the Carbon Crit, soil, or foliar? Foliar is what I'd recommend, Dwayne. So I don't have one here, but like the T-Jet, the one, what's the model number for it? The XR 1100 4VS. So I'll put it in the chat for you, Dwayne, in case you don't have it. I think you already do. but I'll say at Dwayne T-Jet tip. I'll just say T-Jets because that way I don't have to type. There we go. T-Jet tip, and it will look like this. It will look like this. You'll know if you got the right one. I mean, the link's gonna take you right to it, but it will look like what you see right here. It's gonna look like that one. That's the one you're gonna want to use for all your apps. That is the one, sir. Yeah. So let me know if you have any other questions. All right, guys. I think we are winding down. Oh, Trimic. Yeah, Trimic might work on. I'll have to check there. Trimic might work on Bahia. I see you're saying Semper, but I'll check into that. I'll look into that and I'll get an answer for you. Nope, a couple people. So you're saying Trimic. Tim Jackson is also saying Trimic is safe for Bahia. Dan Kent is saying Blindside is good for Bahia. So there you go. So you got a couple people saying a couple of options for Bahia grass. So check those out. Semper. Read the label, obviously. Like, don't just, I mean, granted, I'm sure we all have great intentions, but don't take, necessarily everything you hear, just blind faith, especially when it comes to a herbicide on your lawn. Check the label and make sure that it's they're in good shape, that it's the right thing for your grass type. And yeah, if one of those work, then you should be good to go. All right, Ernest is saying, by the way, I'm really enjoying your new video formats. Yeah, man, thanks. I'm trying to make it a little more fun. So they are some of the topics like scalping. It's hard to make scalping exciting. It's really hard to make verticutting exciting. So I'm just really having fun with it right now, right? So I'm not sure if I'm going to do that kind of stuff in every single video, but it seems like it's getting a good response. If I could figure out a way to make it work, then I will do that. So I'm glad you're enjoying it. Believe it or not, it does take a lot more work to do that. You'd be surprised. It's like a 2-minute video takes hours of filming to do it nicely. Because between like all the different scenes that are shot in it, and then I look at it after I get into Final Cut, I'm like, yep, I don't like the way that looks. I'll go and do it again. And then all the B-roll that goes along with it is, believe it or not, like a short video. There's actually quite a bit of work that goes into doing that to make it come out the way that I like. So, but yeah, I'm glad to hear that you are enjoying it, Ernest. I appreciate that, and I'm gonna do my best to keep that level of quality up as much as I can. You're very welcome, Andrew, as far as shampooing the lawn. No worries at all. And then June Her is here. He says, hi, Ron. I'm your neighbor in Houston, Georgia. I put down Pre-Emergent 2 weeks ago, but there are still a few tall grass-looking weeds here and there. Can I scalp this weekend? Yes, you can, June. No problem at all. Remember, the Pre-Emergent that you applied 2 weeks ago is not going to do anything against existing problems in your lawn. So, I mean, short of dimensions. If you used dithiopyr, that can kill young crabgrass, but really the pre-emergence you're applying now is to keep crabgrass away and to keep really spurge and other warm season weeds, to keep those out of your lawn, or to severely reduce how much of that they grow in your lawn. The weeds you have, the grass you have now, if you want to, the weeds you have now, if you want to prevent those, that you needed a fall pre-emergent to prevent that. So you need to do it twice a year, once in the spring, once in the fall. But to answer your question, can you scalp this weekend? Yes, absolutely. No problem at all. Because if you did it 2 weeks ago, you got the rain that we got last weekend. So the pre-emergent is more than watered in. So you're good to go as far as doing your scalp. Have fun. Report back on your progress, how it all works out for you. No worries at all there. But you don't think that the pre-emergent you apply is going to kill existing weeds you're seeing in your lawn. That's more for like spring and summer weeds. So good to go. All right, Nyan is up next. Nyan, how's it going, man? Long time no see. Glad to see you back, sir. He says, hey, Ron, do you know where I can purchase Coastal? Seems like Do My Own does not carry the 64 ounce, and I got POA growing like crazy. That's going to be a challenge. So from what I understand is that the 64 ounce, and I could be wrong on this, but I've heard from a couple of sources, fairly reliable sources, that the 64 ounce Coastal is being discontinued. What you might do, Nyan, I think you're in my area. Check Central Turf and Irrigation in Buford off of Buford Highway. Check them. They might have a bottle or two laying around that you can get. But as far as it being produced anymore, I don't believe that's going to be a thing from what I'm being told. But check places that already have it in stock. You might be able to get it from them. Central Turf, I know, used to carry it. Maybe they have a couple of bottles laying around that you can snag one. Actually, that you can snag one just to have. actually, that's a good idea. I might do that tomorrow too, because I have a bottle left. But once it runs out, it'd be good to have another one laying around so it can last for next season. So check Central Turf and Irrigation. I think you're in the Buford area, so just they if anyone's going to have it, they would because I've seen it there before. Okay, Jay Scott says, watch it, Ron. You know what Mama said about opinions, and everyone's got one. You are right. Everyone's got one. Opinions is like everyone's got something else, and most of the time they're full of it, right? So, but I am an expert on my opinion. There, I will stand by that, And then Jay Scott, UJ better than Alabama. Hey, we were better this year. Let us have it. You guys are probably going to win this, the next season or whatever. So let us have our one win. Come on, be nice. I think got a super chat from Dan Case. If I didn't visit that, if I didn't answer it before, no, I want to acknowledge that. Thank you so much.
Chat received.
You're very, very welcome. Thanks for the question and for coming to hang out in the live stream. Cameron Williams is saying hey, and I'm looking for other questions. So Juan Henriquez says, hey Ron, what do you do for a living? So my day job is I work in information security. I lead a team that we are on the defensive side of protecting a municipality. It's not hard to figure out. If you look up Ron Henry, look at my LinkedIn profile, you can figure out what I do. but yeah, I work in the information security space. That's my day job. I work in cybersecurity. That is what I do for work, specifically leading the team that defends against people doing bad things to our network. Okay, the Enchin 333 is here. It says, hey Ron, Fort Worth, Texas, love your show, man. Keep up the good work. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Looking forward to this lawn season. You and me both, man. Should be a great time. Next is Kevin Daniels. He says, I have Zoysia test plot, I guess, and it's awesome, but everything is infested with mole crickets and moles. Any ideas? Mole crickets, I'm trying to think of what, I'm not sure if bifenthrin will kill mole crickets. Moles, you said like a test plot. I guess moles, you could work on eliminating their food source. So if you have grubs, get rid of those. So use something like a celiprin that will kill grubs, or bifenthrin if you want to use that. That's an option for getting rid of their food source. And then there is a poison for moles called talprid. I think I might be able to find it for you. Called talprid. It's like a bait that will kill them. That's something you can use as well. Let's see here. There's a product here for mole crickets. Let me see what I've got for you. Yeah, so Talstar will do that. So like this option here for mole crickets should work well. Let me put that in the chat for you, Kevin, at Kevin Daniels. And then, but this is not going to kill moles. As far as moles go, that is where, look up Talprid. I think that's the name of what it's called. I think it's TALP. It's got like a mole on the front of it. It looks it's really ugly looking. Yeah, mole killer or mole bait. I used to have a link for it, but I can't find it. Yeah, look up a product called Talprid is what it's called. Oh, here we go. Yep, mole poison. Here we go. So I did find the link for it. So look up this product. This is a mole poison that you can use for killing the mole. So mole crickets, product one, and then the other thing is to actually target the moles. But I would also focus on putting down some kind of insecticide to get rid of grubs, get rid of their food source. That's going to help prevent them from coming back. Okay, next is Corey. He says, I added information from the previous question. Bermuda is thin under a tree. Tree is cut down, pre-emergent, already applied this season, separated by driveway. How long to wait if I plant to seed or sod? Okay, if you're going to do sod, you can do it now. I mean, you can wait, or if you want to wait until, when did you do the pre-emergent? If you did, let's say you did prodiamine is good for 4 months or so. If you want to wait until like April and do it, that's fine. But really, it should still root in nicely now if you do Bermuda sod. If you're trying to do seed, that's going to be a challenge given that you already done pre-emergent. So sod, I really wouldn't. I wouldn't be too concerned about that. Corey, but seed, that is going to be an uphill battle as far as that area, since you already put down pre-emergent. If you decide to go the seed route and you're in Georgia, like you're my neighbor, then like late April, early May timeframe, when soil temps are above 65 degrees, that's when you're going to want to go ahead and do that. So it gives you a couple of options. I would lean more, what I would really do is plug it. But if you don't want to do that and you want to go, the next option would be sod. And the final thing, the last option would be seed. And seed is the one you need to wait for, again, late April, early May timeframe as far as that goes. All right. K Pizzle is saying a 14 or 11 blade will work, but it'll miss spots and you'll need to come back. I got an 8 blade replacement for mine and it makes a difference, but not really necessary. I basically have more money than sense. So there you go. You have someone that had a 14 blade and they tried it, so you might want to give it a shot. Give it a shot. But I mean, it's not, you are using the wrong tool for the job. This is the best way of saying it. Can it work? Will it cut the grass? Yes. Is it going to be as good as you use like an 8 blade? Probably not. Probably not. Like even you had like an 11 blade. If you told me I had an 11 blade and I said I want to cut it 3/4 of an inch to an inch, I'd be like, just roll with it. I mean, it's not definitely ideal, but it should be all right. But a 14 blade, that's really designed for greens. So, but there you have it. You have K Pizzle, who did it, and said that it wasn't terribly bad. You may have to make a couple of passes, but it seems like it'll work all right. All right, Frank Wright says, I need something to kill weeds and grass around my putting greens. I don't know if Demir is still here. You have to be careful about that because I don't know it depends on what kind of grass is in your green, and what kind of weeds you're trying to target and what kind of grass the weeds are growing in. So you said around your green. So there's obviously a different grass type around your green than is on the green. That we need to know before knowing what kind of herbicide to use that would be safe for killing the weeds, Frank. So I can't answer that one without that info. If it's cool season, I'll give you a theoretical example. Let's say it's a cool season lawn, and it's something like Tenacity can work well as far as like a broad spectrum for herbicide, post-emergent herbicide for cool season turf. That could work well, but read the label. Read the label as far as using it on any kind of dwarf grasses or any kind of grass types that are used on greens, to make sure that they're tolerant to Tenacity. If it's Bermuda or a warm season grass, then that's not Bahia. That's the only question. That's not Bahia. Then Celsius is a broad coverage herbicide that will work well. Again, these are just broad. It's like using painting with a roller. Depending on the weed you're trying to target, there's likely a different herbicide that would work better, or maybe those two might be the ticket. But knowing your existing grass type and knowing the weed you're trying to take care of is useful in recommending the best product. But for cool season, high level Tenacity works generally fairly well. Warm season, Celsius works fairly well. Also depends on what you're targeting. All right. Let's see. And then No Name says, glyphosate, I would not do these. I would be careful. It says, so maybe I read it wrong. It says, so your question is killing the weeds and the grass. So I need something that will kill weeds and grass around my putting green. Okay. So you're trying to get rid of it. What No Name is saying is right then. So in that case, glyphosate will work. So any kind of non-selective herbicide will do the trick. You could do, like glyphosate will work. Be careful. Make sure you only spray the area around your green because it'll kill the grass in your green too. So, okay, yeah. So now I miss the weeds and grass. If you're trying to kill everything, that's what I'm hearing. If you're trying to kill everything around the green, then glyphosate will work. If you're trying to selectively kill things around the putting green, do not use glyphosate. Use like a herbicide that is selective, that's safe for your particular grass type. Let's see. It says almost 4 hours. Thanks, Ron. I definitely appreciate the cinematography. Yeah, no problem, man. We are at 4 hours now. So time to sign off, right? I'm just trying to answer all the questions. So some people get in here late, and I don't want them to feel like, I came in and he didn't answer my questions. Blah, blah, blah. So we got K Pizzle saying, know anything about Tahoma 31? Supposedly a farm is growing it in Georgia and will be ready this season. Not other than what I see from the Lawn Tools. The Lawn Tools has it, and it looks nice. It looks good. I've not personally seen it. I don't have any personal direct experience with it, but from what I've seen in their videos, it's good looking grass. So It could be an option if you're looking to do a renovation and you want to try something new. Tahoma 31 is supposed to be the new hotness, right? So, and I think the lawn tools seem to like it. So check it out. Check that out if you want to go that route. All right, Frank Huang is here. He says, "Hey Ron, any suggestions on post-emergent weed killers for southern Bermuda grass?" If you cover this already, just joined. Yeah, so I do have some, Frank. So it depends on, there's several herbicides that are safe for Bermuda. It depends really on the weed you're trying to target. If you're looking for a concoction that works really well across a bunch of different weeds, Certainty and Celsius as a Certainty and Celsius. Certainty and Celsius as a blend is a very, very good option. So if you are trying to take care of like sedges, poanua, Certainty is an excellent product for that. Celsius is good against a bunch of different weeds as well too, but its coverage against like Kalinga and sedges is not that great. So what if you just want to start with, if you don't have any kind of sedges in your lawn, you have any issues with that, if we go here for a ride to the Golf Course Lawn Store, so you go to the main store and then shop and weed killer, you will see front and center is Celsius. This is a great selective herbicide for Bermuda. Very, very safe. You can spray it across a broad range of temperatures. So when it gets hotter, like in the summer, you can still use this product on your lawn. If you're really trying to get good coverage, you mix this along with a product called Certainty. I've got a video showing how to do that. So if you just, for this one, go to the Golf Course Lawn Store, get Celsius. And then for Certainty, I'll send you a link to that and I'll give you a video that shows how I recommend doing it that I got really good results with this past year. So here is the link for Certainty, and here is the video. Let me see if I can find the video, the content that I did on it. Once I remove that filter, it is right here. Here you go, Frank. And then the video has, if you don't get the links here in the description, the video is also going to have these links in the description as well too. So at Frank Huang, there you go. That's the video of showing how to use Certainty and Celsius together. And that's a great combination for Bermuda. Very, very good, very safe, unlikely to damage your grass. James Kelly says, I've been using the Yard Mastery Soil Test Kit for years. This year, can I send you my results? Sure. Email them to ron@golfcourselawn.com. Send it right here, ron@golfcourselawn.com. Send me an email with them and I will work through them and get them back to you. And I think that's it, guys. I think we are almost done. You're very, very welcome, Tin. Have a great night. You're very, very welcome. And then Zach Johnson says, I got footprints in my dormant zoysia lawn. Thinking about renting an asphalt roller to flatten things out. Thoughts? No, I would not do that. I would not get an asphalt roller and run it over your zoysia. If you're trying to flatten out, low spots in your lawn, top dressing is the method I would use for that. I would recommend top dressing. I would not use a roller, definitely not an asphalt roller. That's probably gonna be too heavy on your lawn. I would not do that. Top dressing is the way to go. Let's see. And then Eric Nelson, this is gonna be our last question of the evening before we wrap it up. He says, hey Ron, Eric again. I am overseeding this year again with RM15. Did you pre-germinate your seeds? No, I did not. Eric, I did not pre-germinate my seeds. If you want to see the video of how I did it, you can see just my top dressing video from last year that shows the process. I'll put that in the chat as the last thing for this evening, and then that will be it. Let me see here. I've got the link to that, and here you go, Eric. Save that in the just click on this so you have it in your browser, because once the live stream is over, the chat tends to go away. So there's the video for top dressing. You can see the entire process that I used. Well, guys, thank you all so much, guys, gals, everyone. Thanks so much for hanging out in the live stream. We went for a long time tonight. Lots of great questions, which is good. It's encouraging that everyone's getting excited about their lawns and that we're going to be having a great growing season. Again, get Pre-Emergent down on your lawn if you've not done that as yet. We have Pre-Emergent at the Golf Course Lawn Store, as well as the Golf Course Lawn Carbon Kit and soil test kits. They're still on sale. You can save some money by using the discount code StartSpringRight at checkout. And I think that's all I have, guys. One other request I have for you, the few of you that are here now, anyone that has bought stuff from the store, if you guys, and I know this is kind of a big ask, but I'm gonna ask you guys anyway. If you guys wouldn't mind leaving a product review for anything you bought from the store, if you've used it, you had great results with it, even if you bought it last season and you liked it, like the fertilizers or soil test kits or anything like that, please leave a review. It really helps me out a ton. That's my last ask for the evening. So if you guys appreciate the content and want another way to help support me that doesn't really cost you anything other than a few minutes of your time, consider going to the store and filling out a review for a product that you've used. With all of that, that's all I've got, guys. Thank you guys so much. Have a great evening. Get out there and work in your lawn, scalp, do